7 Kasım'da. Katılmaya bakın, koşmaya bakın, İstanbul'a bakın. Bu şehri her görüşümüzde baka kalıyoruz. Ama siz yine de koşmaya bakın. Dünyanın en seyredeğer, en büyüleyici maratonu NKolayİstanbul 43. İstanbul Maratonu 7 Kasım'da. Katılmaya bakın, koşmaya bakın, İstanbul'a bakın. Bu şehri her görüşümüzde baka kalıyoruz. Ama siz yine de koşmaya bakın. Dünyanın en seyredeğer, en büyüleyici maratonu NKolayİstanbul 43. İstanbul Maratonu 7 Kasım'da. Katılmaya bakın, koşmaya bakın, İstanbul'a bakın. Bu şehri her görüşümüzde baka kalıyoruz. Ama siz yine de koşmaya bakın. Dünyanın en seyredeğer, en büyüleyici maratonu NKolayİstanbul 43. İstanbul Maratonu 7 Kasım'da.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. NKolayİstanbul 43. İstanbul Maratonu start alıyor. Tüm patencilerimize başarılar diliyoruz. Birkaç dakika içerisinde tekerlekli sandalyedeki sporcularımız start alacak. Tekerlekli sandalye startımıza geçmeden önce aramızda bulunan başarılı paralimpik sporcularımızı da sizlere tanıtmak istiyoruz ve çok büyük alkış istiyoruz onlar için sizlerden. 2016 yılında Rio'da, 2021 yılında da Tokyo'da bizleri paralimpik oyunlarında temsil eden çok büyük alkışlarla Nurşah Usta, Hamide Doğangün, Zübeyde Süpürgeci, Zeynep Acet ve Ömer Cantay'a da çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Aynı zamanda Ömer Cantay antrenörümüz, tekerlekli sandalyedeki sporcularımız olimpiyatlarda ülkemizi temsil ettiler ve bugün de NKolayİstanbul 43. İstanbul Maratonu'nda start için hazırlar. Gözlerimiz start hakemlerinde. Türkiye Atletizm Federasyonumuz da şu anda tüm hakemleriyle bu büyük organizasyonu gerçekleşmesi için ter döküyorlar. Son 3 dakikayı geri sayıyoruz şu anda tekerlekli sandalye startı için. Son 2,5 dakika. Evet, protokol tribünümüzde İYİ Parti milletvekillerimizden Sayın Yavuz Ali Ağaroğlu'nu görüyoruz. Hoş geldiniz efendim. Değerli protokol üyeleri bir sonraki startı vermek için hazırlar. 2 dakikadan az bir zaman kaldı. Ne kolay 43. İstanbul Maratonu'nun ikinci startı için. Ve hemen ardından elit atletlerle birlikte 42K'nın startını vereceğiz. Gözlerimiz start hakemlerinde. Çok değerli paralimpik sporcularımız Rio ve Tokyo'da ülkemizi başarıyla temsil ettiler. Sevgili Nurşah, Hamide, Zübeyde, Zeynep ve aynı zamanda hem de antrenörleri sevgili Ömer start için hazırlar. Hepimiz hazırız. Tam start saatini bekliyoruz. Saniyesi saniyesine tüm programa uyacak şekilde. Evet, şu anda geri sayım hazırız işareti geldi. Hep birlikte sayıyoruz. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Maratonunda ilk sırayı almayı başaran Kolay Erdal da ülkemizin bu yılki önde gelen ümitleri olacak. Hepsine yarışmamıza hoş geldiniz diyoruz. Sevgili Yavuz Ağralı ve Kolay Erdal için de çok büyük alkış alabilir miyiz lütfen? Haydi maraton severler. Ethiopian Mami Tudaska, who took the podium once in the Berlin and New York marathons with a best time of 2 hours, 21 seconds, 21 minutes, 59 seconds. Yavuz Ağralı, who represents Turkey in the 53rd step of the world rankings at the Tokyo Olympics. Competitors, we welcome all hopeful competitors of Turkey to our race this year. Tüm elit atletlerimize bir kez daha İstanbul'a ve Ne Kolay 43. İstanbul Maratonu'na hoş geldiniz diyoruz. Dakikaları geri sayıyoruz. Tüm dünyanın beklediği, gözünün olduğu, üzerimizde olduğu Türkiye'de, İstanbul'da, dünyanın en güzel noktalarından birinde İstanbul Boğazı'na en yakın yerdeyiz ve biraz sonra 42 kilometrede elit atletlerimiz start alacak. Çok kıymetli protokol üyeleri şu anda tribünde hazırlar. Kıymetli genel başkanlarımıza, milletvekillerimize de teşekkür etmek istiyoruz. Bu büyük heyecanda bizleri yalnız bırakmadıkları için. ...42 kilometre startı için son 10 dakikayı geri sayıyoruz. Olduğumuz yerde küçük küçük ısınabiliriz. Elit atletlerimiz hemen 42 kilometreyi koşacak olan sporcularımızın hemen önündeki alanda onlar da ısınmalarını gerçekleştiriyorlar. Yavuz Ağralı'yı görüyoruz. Spor İstanbul gönüllerinin hemen önünde. Alkış aldı kendisi bir kez daha. Evet, Spor İstanbul gönülleri de 1500'ün üzerinde şu anda pembe pembe sırtlarında volunteers yazan gönüllü yağmurluklarıyla bu organizasyonun adeta olmazsa olmazları hep birlikte başarıyoruz. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz Spor İstanbul gönüllülerine. Ladies and gentlemen, last 10 minutes. Evet, starta kadar geçecek süre içerisinde DJ'imizden çok güzel parçalar isteyelim ki o ritimlere biz de eşlik ederek biraz olsun ısınmaya başlayalım.
Hiding things inside them. When I grow old, I hope I won't forget to find them. 'Cause I've got memories and travel like gypsies in the night. I build a home and wait for someone to tear it down. Then pack it up in boxes, head for the next town. 'Cause I've got memories and travel like gypsies in the night. And 1,000 times I've seen this road, 1,000 times. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots, but my home.
Pekala, İstanbul start noktasında hep birlikte zıplamaya başlıyoruz. Herkes elini havaya kaldırıyor. Binlerce maraton sever şu anda start noktasında ve ileriye doğru sesimizin ulaştığı herkes ellerini kaldırarak İstanbul'dan tüm dünyaya selamlarını gönderiyor.
That's just a wishful thinking. Ask me where I come from, I'll say a different land. But I've got
Harikasınız. Son 8 dakika. Last 8 minutes. Last 8 minutes.
travel like gypsies in the night. And 1,000 times I've seen this road, 1,000 times. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I got no roots. I've got no roots. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. I've got no roots, but my home was never on the ground. Roots. I like digging holes, hiding.
Elit atletlerimizin start alması için çok az bir zaman kaldı. Basın mensuplarımız görüntü aldıktan sonra lütfen start noktasını boşaltmanızı rica ediyoruz atletlerimizin güvenliği için. Son 6 dakikadayız. Lütfen görüntü aldıktan sonra atletlerimizin güvenliği için start hattını boşaltmanızı, sporcularımıza yer açmanızı rica ediyoruz.
Radio on, it's Friday night and it won't feel long. Gotta check my phone and put my wife in town. It's Friday night and it won't feel long till I hit the dance floor. Hit the dance floor. I got all I need. No, I ain't got cash, but I got you, baby. Baby, I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight. Baby, I don't need dollar bills.
Very warm welcome to Istanbul, the largest city in Europe, for this 43rd NKolayİstanbul Marathon. This might not be the capital of Turkey, that's Ankara, of course, but it is one of the eastern shores of the Bosphorus in Asia, are just about perfect. This race has been growing in stature year after year, and a lot of optimism this morning that there may be course records in what are just about perfect conditions. It's about 15 degrees over there on the eastern shores. They will run about 700 meters along the freeway, the motorway towards the Great Bridge, the 15th May Hitler Bridge. Some call it the Bosphorus Bridge, but a huge suspension span over the Bosphorus, about a kilometre long. They run about 700 metres to that, and then about a kilometre along the bridge before getting into western Istanbul and into Europe. There is the elite men's start list. A lot of good athletes here. In particular, you can look for 13 starters who have run under 2:10, 6 of whom have run under 2:07. Bernard Sang is the defending champion. He won here last year when just 3,000 ran. It was about the only mass marathon in the world last year, thanks to the pandemic. It was his first marathon win in his 10th marathon. But his time last year, 2:11:49. We hope that this one will be faster this morning. A lot of Kenyans and Ethiopians and some good Turks here as well. We'll go through more of those names as the race gets underway. But we are looking for an early pace of around 63:30, 64 minutes for halfway. That is the time that the pacemakers have been asked to hit. The two pacemakers are Jackson Kemboy and Alan Biwott. And if this field, or some of this field, go with them, then there is a good chance that the course record will be broken. That stands at 2:09.44 by Daniel Kibet 2 years ago. So nervous moments for these athletes then. A big men's elite field and a very strong women's elite field too. Istanbul, of course, is used to very quick elite racing. On the 4th of April this year, Ruth Chepngetich set a half marathon world record, the Kenyan running 64.02. She won by 38 seconds. That was broken 2 weeks ago by Letsesenbet Gide, who ran an astonishing, a hard to believe 62.52 in Valencia just 2 weeks ago today. But this is about marathon running this morning. There was a good 15K taking place as well. The runners more or less under starters orders. They're due off in about 3 minutes time. We are expecting a round in this 42K race, this marathon. 4,800 who picked up their chips from the expo. Well, the Bosphorus, of course, is links the Mediterranean with the Black Sea. It's roughly 30 kilometers long, the Bosphorus. The 15th May Sehitla Bridge is one of the world's great suspension bridges. Across that uniquely that the runners will stride this morning from Asia into Europe. It's the world's only intercontinental marathon, and the sights and the sounds of the city are quite astonishing. The Galata Tower we saw there is one of the great sights, the medieval stone tower in the Karakoy quarter of Istanbul, and the Hagia Sophia Mosque and the Blue Mosque, the Sultanahmet Mosque, both astonishing structures going back many, many hundreds of years, which have made this city world famous, not only for its architecture but for its astonishingly rich culture. And the Turks are rightly very proud of the status that this race has acquired now on the global scene. It is a glorious city. And, the athletes here come from far and wide, from all over the world to enjoy the good conditions that can be more or less guaranteed here each November. The only problem might be a slight breeze off the Bosphorus. We're expecting a slight breeze from the north and northeast through this morning's run. It means it will be behind them for most of the first half, and then as the race matures, shall we say, as they get into the second half, so it'll be coming in their faces a little bit more, but we don't expect that breeze to be strong. So here we go.
2, 1. We wish success to all.
Spearing the course through this dead flat lead section, as I say, of about 700 meters before they get onto the bridge. It'll be interesting to see if on the bridge there's any indication of that breeze affecting the runners. Once off the bridge, the runners will continue straight for about a mile, for about 1.5 kilometers, and then take a 90-degree left to that. But there is a sting in the tail of this race in Istanbul. About the last 1.4 kilometers, almost a mile, is uphill towards this finish line where I sit now, and adjacent to the Blue Mosque and the Hagia Sophia Mosque centre of the city, the ancient centre of the city. Well, the pacemakers, their responsibility, of course, is pretty significant. They need to lay down a good, steady tempo so that halfway is reached in about 63.30. I think it's probably a good idea to go out slightly aggressively in this one because of that big hill at the finish. Well, that would bring them home in around 2:07.30, 2:08. We have to build in, of course, the disadvantageous factor of that final hill right at the finish of the race. But Alan Biwott has Alan on his front bib, quite rightly, and Biwott, well, he is the 10,000 metre runner, better known as a track 10,000 metre runner himself. Not a great deal of information available on him. We hope he can go to at least halfway. Jackson Kemboy, the other pacemaker, is better known. Well, can they challenge the 2:25 barrier, let's say, on this day? Event record is an astonishing 2:18.35 by Ruth Chepengetich. Anything like a sub 2:20 clocking this morning, to be fair to the athletes, to the ladies. Mamadou Daska, very experienced Ethiopian, won in 2011. But Sheila Jerotich, Janet Rono, Pamela Rotich, all our other Kenyans with very quick times to their names, a long way under 2:30. One of my favourites, Jacqueline Chepngeno, the 28-year-old Kenyan, running her 4th marathon. She has a 51-minute clocking for 10 miles and has real class. But we'll go back to those ladies as we see this race unfold. They are moving well, and that's a big pack of the leading women. Look out too for Janeth Jepkoskai Kiptu, making her debut here. Has run 3 good half marathons this year and has raced quite a bit. Now that's interesting. You can see those flags blowing out almost horizontally with the from the wind, with the wind coming from their right. That is to the north, up towards the Black Sea. So there is a slight breeze. I would say a fairly significant breeze from the north. In the middle of the bridge, rather like the Verrazano Narrows Bridge at the start of the New York Marathon, which also takes place today. I think it's the 50th New York Marathon. The athletes are at the mercy of the wind and the weather, very exposed out on this huge suspension bridge. Well, Janet, and another one to look out for there. Gladys Gerono, centre of picture. Gladys Gerono making her debut, the 29-year-old. Just trying to identify one or two of these other athletes from their bib numbers. It's not easy. The pacemakers, well, Vestas Chemjor, really tall. And they are capable of pacing these women the whole way, if needs be. The bridge, by the way, 16 much negotiated, the Bosphorus. They are moving into European territory from Asia. And will very soon be down in the streets of Istanbul. Well, of course, numbers are down because of the pandemic, as is the case every year. Oh, sorry, at every big marathon in recent months. So some 4,800, just over 4,800 picked up their chips. 15K is the bigger race. That begins at 1/4 the hour, so in about 8 minutes' time, some 14,300 picked up their chips in this Istanbul marathon race weekend. Well, this pack separating itself, pack of elite men separating itself very quickly from the rest. Women moving through, obviously a little way behind the men now. And I can tell you that the men, the first kilometre 2:59, the second, and of course 3 minutes per kilometre. Well, that equates to 2:06.35, so they are shifting very smartly in the early minutes of the men's race. Alan Biwott, the pacemaker, to the 4, and Jackson Kemboy, 28 years old Kemboy, pack. They too are cracking along. And it's good that that wind was coming from their right, isn't it? Not in their faces. Up there on the bridge with what, some 8 minutes or so on the clock. Some very slight undulations to the profile of the road surface in this first couple of kilometers, but generally fast running is very possible. The 3:31 second kilometre, which just seems a little strange to me. It seems significantly slow, but they did have to negotiate the climb on the bridge. It's a strange race, this one, because there are some undulations in the first 5k with a lot of downhill, it has to be said, and then of course that big climb in the last 1500 meters or so, the last mile. But in between, it's a very flat race. They follow the Kennedy Boulevard along the shores of Bosphorus, heading south, and then take a U-turn and come back. The start and the finish is what stops this being a super fast course. Yeah, they're gradually easing up this hill, and then they make a big road surface when they've negotiated about a mile of running away from the bridge. They take a big left. At the moment, that camera, we're looking more or less north. That, I think, is the 3k arch, but we will confirm that 3k split view when it comes through. And this is where they take that little swing right and then a big swing left under the main freeway, and very soon they will have this large drop. It is a big drop too, because they've done a little bit of climbing. Tough minutes for some of the athletes who are really more likely to run 2:15, 2:20. Do they go with this early pace or not? There are plenty of dignitaries over by the start line, by the way. There's at 9:15, 15k gets underway. That's in about 5 minutes time. And then at 9:45 there's a public run, which is involving several local dignitaries and politicians. Turkish politics is a bubbling, active environment, as is the case with most countries, of course, but in Turkey in particular these days. Decisions to be made in coming months. See the pacemakers there, just checking their watches. That we saw left of picture. David Chemweno, the one of the two women's pacemakers, checking his watch to make sure he's on the correct schedule. 3k 9:41. That means a 3:12 third kilometre. The pace is shifting around and pretty much governed by the undulations of the road surface. 2:59 the first kilometre, then a 3:31, and then a 3:12, which has them on a projected pace of around 2:16. But it will speed up significantly when they get down onto the flat alongside the Bosphorus, so they will get into a more steady rhythm, and I suspect a quicker pace than 3:31 or 3:12, which is the split for the last 2 kilometres. Julian's pack has a few good quality Turkish men tucked in with it. That's a very common feature of major international marathons, is range, and that's their sort of target range, so they stick to those lead women. It's like having a pack of pacemakers if you're a local good standard national runner or club runner. Of course, there have been races in the years gone by where there have been virtually a pack of pacemakers anyway. London and Berlin come to mind, and then tastes have changed somewhat for the better, I think, because the organisers were finding that if you have a pack of pacemakers for much of the race across the front of the... There has been a bit of drizzle through this morning. As you can see, the road surface is damp, and when we left the hotel a couple of hours ago now for the short drive over here, there was a very, very light drizzle, but it's not cold. Temperature just about perfect in the city, around 50. Away from the exposed bridge, they will be oblivious to what little wind there is about. Quite a responsibility for these two pacemakers, Jackson Kemboy and Alan Biwott, because Usually in major international marathons you'll have footing through to 10 or 15k, and then other names take over to get to halfway, and then one or two will be requested or required and tasked with getting to perhaps 30k or beyond. But this morning just two pacemakers, Ken Boy and B1. Well, 4k has been reached in 12:59, and that split a 3:18, so still not absolutely flying in that men's race. Now the downhill commences, and you can see how steep it just got underway. And the big fields in that one will enjoy their journey of around 9 miles, just over 9 miles, I think, 15k. And many of them looking to me like they're pumping out a pace in the first few. But you can see the size of this field. As I mentioned, 14,367 athletes picked up their chips for the from the expo for the 15k, so of course there's a plan to run, so probably around 14,000 I would say taking part in that 15k. It's a big race. Well, that looks like the 5k mat, I think, in this men's race. They've just gone over, and if that is right, I got it at about 15:55, 15:51. And the projected time is kind of rocketing down. The last kilometre at 2:52, and the projected time is now 2:13:47. Good support on the course for this field. The elite athletes absolutely lapping it up. It's almost what can really help you through the latter stages, and you look at the bigger established marathons like New York and Berlin and London, and the crowds really do carry the performers along. Not just the elite, but all the runners as well, the charity runners too, and that of course is a big factor. So 15:51 at 5k then. Not lightning quick, and there is the it's 15:54 coming through. That is accurate, 15:54. Well, we'll bring the home in, and around 2:14. Early days yet. I'm sure they will speed up, and you can see conversations going on there at the front of this. Push it along. And in the navy blue vest there, fits that. That is located in the Besiktas district on the European coast of the Bosphorus. Largest palace in Turkey. It cost so much, by the way, that it almost bankrupted Turkey, and it's how Turkey got that old name many years back of the sick man of Europe, simply by building a palace. There's a more sedate pace, a more sensible pace perhaps for some. 15k has only been going for some 4 minutes or so. This city is pockmarked by astonishing structures. As I said, the Dolmabahce Palace. Well, the Ottoman Empire, of course, was an extraordinary period where one great structure after another was put together in this city, having originally been a palace for the Sultan. The athletes are just passing that. So almost 20 minutes on the 6k now. In 1840s has picked up a 2:52 and a 2:55 as they'd enjoyed that long downhill sweep. down towards the sea level, basically. So they come to the Kennedy Boulevard beside the Bosphorus. They're now on schedule for 2:12:04. As soon as we put in a couple of really quick kilometers, the predicted time, of course, comes rocketing down. All this pack holding together pretty well through the first 20 minutes. But it is very, very early days for the vast majority of this race. That's always good for the athletes. They don't have to worry about it. The New York Marathon for many years was famed for its pockmarked and poor quality road service in many areas. That has improved dramatically, and of course the New York Marathon is now done right despite the undulations caused by the bridges. Years ago, and this is the sort of marathon I wouldn't mind having a pop at. The women at 5K, and that big pack with Pamela Rotich and Jacqueline Chepengame. At 5K has them on schedule, well, actually, for about 2:20, so that is quick. That is really quick. I thought they were, it would seem, here in Istanbul. That's the elite women's pack with those pacemakers doing their job. Vestas, Chemjor and Chemweno. Back to the men's pack, where things look a lot calmer because they're not moving quite so aggressively. But that is a big men's pack. What, about 20 strong at the moment? Survive in there. Well, for others it's a far more sedate Sunday morning. A stroll really, mixed with maybe a little bit of jogging. But of course the size of the field in the 15K is extraordinary. With more than 14,000 taking part, it takes a long time for the field to get over the line. The Great North Run, the half marathon up in the northeast of England every September, is the world's largest half marathon, and it goes back so far behind the start line that I did hear a few years back of one runner dropping out before he got to the start line. which is not easily done, or perhaps it is. So Daniel Kibet very much to the fore in that men's elite field. He won here in a course record and a personal best back in November 2019. He hasn't raced for almost 2 years. Last start was did not finish in Honolulu back in December 2019. Pamela Rotich. It's a Rotich, but back to these men where they're tucked in behind the pacemakers. Kemboy and Biwott running. Not right alongside the Bosphorus just yet. But 26, so just over 26 minutes on the clock, so they're not far past 8K. They're about 8.5K now. Off to their right is the Madame Tussauds of Istanbul, a little way inland from where they run right now. They have got the Bosphorus a couple hundred meters to their left, heading in a southwesterly direction. And if anything, if there is any breeze that's getting to them now as they move closer to the water, it's coming from behind them. Yesterday, by rarity, apparently, that they had to stop all shipping in the Bosphorus. There was a massive backlog, almost a traffic jam of ships, apparently, that normally ply those waters. But obviously, it's the jam is cleared and shipping moving well. There is the Galata Tower Galata Kulesi, known locally. One of the oldest towers in the world, one of the great structures. Karaköy, quarter of Istanbul. Pamela Rotic, left of picture. Alongside Emily Chebet, Kipchumba in the orange. Kipchumba is a 2:31 athlete. Rotic, 2:27 performer. She ran that when she won in Daegu in South Korea back in 2017. Running her 15th marathon. Is Rotic, plenty of experience. This the men's pack, which is considerably larger, probably about twice the size of that women's pack. Now the skill for the pacemakers, having negotiated the undulations in the first few kilometres and that big downhill between 4 and 6k, is to settle into a nice rhythm now. Back to these ladies. And Zinash Debebe, right in the middle of the pack. The Ethiopian 25-year-old, she's a 2:27 performer. In fact, she's run 2:27 3 times. She's run within a few seconds of her personal best 3 times. As Debebe, the Ethiopian. There is that men's pack. And crossing here the Galata Bridge from Karaköy. Still heading south, but that's the Golden Horn. Those waters is known as the Golden Horn. Haliç, the other name for the Golden Horn, those waters, which is a tributary in effect of the Bosphorus. And they're off the Galata Bridge now, and they immediately take a sharp left. And very shortly we'll be passing through 10k, heading eastwards now, just for a few hundred meters, before taking a long sweep around the Çagakoglu region, where we are situated and where the finish line is. It's a sort of peninsula poking out eastwards into the Bosphorus, and it's where a huge fortress was built many centuries ago, and where the Blue Mosque and so many of these other great structures very close where I sit are sited. So 9k 28:04 in the men's race, and that 9th kilometre was a 3:11. So the last 3 kilometres they've gone 3 minutes exactly, 3:06, 3:11, and on schedule at the moment for about 2:11, 2:11:30. It'd be great to see them threaten the course record today in the men's race. 2:09:44 from 2 years ago is the course record. The Turkish all-comers record is only a few seconds quicker. That's 2:09:35. That was by Segay Getachew of Ethiopia. He set that actually back in April when he won the Izmir Marathon here in Turkey. 2:09:35. If that were broken, the organisers here in Istanbul would be very happy indeed. So 10k 31:12 in this men's race. The last kilometre 3:08. So they are beginning to settle down. Those last 3 kilometres have been 3:06, 3:11 and 3:08. Important that they get these drinks on board, though. They all know that. Their personal drinks were handed in last night, of course, and refrigerated overnight before being put out on the course. Every 5k those elite athletes can get their drinks. The Topkapi Palace, well, that of course is very well known. It's one of the great structures here in Istanbul, also known as the Saraglio, a large museum in the Fatih district. In the 15th and 16th centuries, it acted as the main residence and administrative HQ of the Ottoman sultans. It was started back in 1459. Somebody was saying to me yesterday that anything under 500 years old here in Istanbul is regarded as pretty new. Topkapi, by the way, means cannon gate. It was also latterly in the 19th century used as the imperial treasury, a library and the mint, the official royal mint of Turkey. Now, once athletes just beginning to drop away from this group with only 33 minutes on the clock. negotiating a little rise here, passing some of those skating competitors who set off well before them. But the pacemakers doing a pretty good job, staying at the front, not putting in too many surges, keeping it nice and steady, which enables the main pack to keep in touch with them. You can see Jackson Kemboy carrying a drink for quite a long time. Now the ladies passing their 5k drink station. And that means for them their 5k split, which they're coming up towards, will be somewhere around 33.50, I think. It's all about judgment, marathon running, getting the pace right through the first early kilometres, through the first half, get to halfway, feeling good, and put in a strong second half. And of course, the old adage that the halfway point in a marathon, which is 26 miles if you want it in English miles, 26.2 miles, the old adage is that halfway is actually 20 miles. So I suppose you could say halfway is at about 32 kilometres. It's those last 10k which take it out of you. Other athletes here negotiating the Galata Bridge, just a few minutes behind this elite men's pack, which is still, what, I reckon 25 strong. That's a big pack. Passing some sections of the old city walls and the structures there as they've gone through. 24 in the pack, I'm being told here by Jörg Wenig, the German journalist who has also been brought in to help with the media operation here in Istanbul. It's a race that has great ambitions to push itself to the fore of major global marathons. And of course, most of Europe now beginning to get rather cold, windy, wet weather, but down here in southeastern Europe, weather rather glorious. The last few days it's been around 20-22 degrees and quite sunny. I was over here yesterday having a look-see around this finish area and the finish line, and it really was quite warm. We sat out in the sun, sipping coffee and enjoying a little bit of downtime. Very pleasant indeed. Brian Kipsang is one of those up at the front, the 27-year-old. He's a 2:09 performer, ran out of Barcelona back in 2019, Kipsang. He's only run marathons, no other distance. He started 5, finished 4. He didn't finish Frankfurt back in 2018. Hasn't raced in 2020 at all, but he did run in Eldoret back in the 6th of June, and he ran a 2:14, which is not bad considering the altitude of Eldoret. It's what, at about 7,000 feet, I think. And there's the Hagia Sophia Mosque. Well, we are situated very close to that, about 200 meters from the Hagia Sophia. The Holy Sophia Grand Mosque, built in 537 AD. Yeah, you heard me right. Almost 1,500 years ago as a Christian cathedral. It was converted into a mosque in 1453, only about 900 years later, and then established as a museum in 1935. Well, the wheelchair racers, they set off some while before the main field. They actually got underway at 8:45, 15 minutes early. There are only 9 of them in that wheelchair race. I'm sure they will be giving 101% like everybody else. Now they are on the Kennedy Boulevard alongside the Bosphorus. You may have got a quick glimpse there of the main bridge way back in the background that they covered about half an hour ago. They've been running for 37 minutes now. 1 or 2 underpasses to be negotiated on the boulevard, so it's not absolutely dead flat the whole way, but pretty quick. When you think about the London Marathon and the underpasses and tunnels that they have to negotiate there, and all the lumps and bumps and twists and turns in New York. Very quick courses, don't have to be dead flat. So much was about the organisation, the logistics, the experience delivered for the elite athletes that can help them produce really quick times. There's a nice drone shot of some of the masses, good quality masses. Well, the African dominance of distance running on the global scene is well established now. It's been going on for some 25, 30 years and more. My generation back in the 80s, we were very lucky. We didn't have to contend with the hordes of astonishingly talented runners from Kenya and Ethiopia. A little bit of fancy dress going on there. Somewhat ghoulish. Well, Halloween was just a few days ago. So a belated Halloween celebration there from one of the runners. How long can those pacemakers, Kemboy and Biwott, stay there? The longer they can stay there, the longer they will be of assistance to that elite men's field. The women 32.48 at 10k, by the way. And that puts them on schedule for 2:18:30. They're really shifting, relatively speaking, going much quicker than the men, who are on schedule for around 2:11. The men, incidentally, have now gone through 12k. 11k came up for them in 34:17. That was a 3:06 kilometre, and they've gone through 12k now in 37:27. And that last kilometre 3:09. So those last 4 kilometres for the men, little bit of variation, but pretty steady. 3:11, 3:08, 3:06, 3:09, and there have been a few little rises and drops, so it's understandable. Here the women's pack. We had a shot there of Jacqueline Chepengano making her 4th marathon. 10 women in that lead women's pack. It has whittled down a little bit compared with the men's pack, which is 24 strong. Very tightly bunched though, isn't it? Goodness me. I don't think they're running into any wind. If there is some wind, it's on their backs, because we saw as they crossed the main bridge right at the start that there was quite a strong wind coming from the north. So they ought to be sort of banking this advantageous wind that's helping them at the moment. 40 minutes on the clock. And I just get the impression that they're all letting the pacemakers dictate the tempo, and maybe one or two of them holding back a little bit more than they would like to, because this is good running now. Dead flat, good road surface, following the blue line which went down a few days ago. But not unleashing any aggression as yet. It is early days, I suppose, to be fair. They're the experienced marathon runners, they know best. 41 minutes on the clock. And plenty of runners on that main bridge still. On the 15th May Hitler Bridge. I say 15th May, it's 15th July, excuse me, the 15th July. Martyrs Bridge is what they crossed at the start. Of course, what this means, this big pack through 41 minutes now, and what about 20 minutes, 24 minutes from halfway? If they get to halfway and this pack is still a good size, it means we will see real fireworks in the second half. Great racing as they click away these early kilometres. Well, there's the 10k splits confirmed for the men. 31:15. 31:12 is what came up on my computer, but we'll give them that 31:15 clocking. So on schedule for about 2:11:30. 13k, by the way, has just clicked by, and that 13th kilometre of 3:04. So it is a nice steady tempo now. 40:30 their time at 13 kilometres. That's a projected finishing time of 2:11:29. good numbers. Moving along, hard to tell if those are 15-kilometer or marathon runners. I think marathon runners. So the ladies sticking close together, sticking to the pacemakers. Now, this women's pack are moving at sub 220 tempo. It is aggressive running, there's no doubt about it. Zinash Debebe is there. She's a 227 performer. If they maintain anything like this speed, there are quite a few women there who could be heading for very big personal bests. They're taking advantage of these good conditions in Istanbul. Gladys Girona to the left of picture. Pamela Rotic in the black there, the tall figure in the centre. And Emily Chebet Kipchumba is in there as well. Well, the women's splits at 10k, 32.48 at 10k for the ladies, 32.48. And a big pack, as I say, 32.48. Well, that has them, yes, very much on schedule for sub 220 indeed. About 2:18.32 pace, 2:18.30 pace. Sophia Shemsu there, tucked in behind the pacemakers in the black, third from right in the black vested. She's a 2:27 performer. She did that when she was sixth here in Istanbul 2 years ago, so she has good memories of this track. Her debut was in Hawick in South Africa in August 2019, and then she came here in the November and ran that 2:27. She also has a pretty tasty 10k on the road. She's run 31:23 for 10k on the roads. That was in Paderborn, Germany, back in April 2017. So many of these athletes are willing travellers all over the globe to get great racing opportunities, and they are professionals. It's easy to forget that. They need to race for their supper, so to speak, race for money all over the world. And speaking of racing, the prize money is good here. These men and the ladies too, running for $35,000 prize money for the winners, 20,000 for second, 10,000 for third, and that prize money goes down to 15th place. And there are bonuses for really quick times as well. More of that later on. There's the confirmation of that men's 10k split, 31:15 at 10k. That 10k split had them on schedule for about 2:11:30. They've actually now gone through 14k, the men, in 43:44. That was a 3:14. Quite a lot slower, that split there. Must have been an uphill for the men. That's the men there going through the 15k finish. So that is their 15k at just inside 47 minutes. 46:54 in fact has come up on my computer. The last kilometre of 3:09. So the last 2 kilometres have slowed a fair bit, 3:14 and 3:09. That puts them on a projected finishing time of 2:11:55. The ladies, by contrast, moving better at the moment. There's that men's pack. Well, good support all along the course, it would seem, where it's possible. Of course, for much of the route. They're not really close to any residential areas, so those are the quieter patches. But where there is an opportunity for the crowds to come out, they are doing so. Now, let's have a look at this men's field. Brian Kipsang, we saw just then, 27-year-old with a best of 209. Do you know, I came to Istanbul when I was about 12 or 13 years old, almost 50 years ago. And there were no road junctions like that, I can tell you, back then. It wasn't exactly the age of horse and cart, but Istanbul, a very, very different place to what it is now in 2021. A major, massive city, officially around 15 million, but somebody was saying to me it's actually pushing 20 million, the population of Istanbul. And I thought Moscow was the largest city in Europe, but I'm told that maybe Istanbul is vying for that title now. Moscow and Istanbul, the two largest cities in Europe. London a third in those rankings, so to speak. 15k then, there it is, officially 46.56. So nice and steady, no silly histrionics or suicidal pace through these early kilometres by the men, and that's probably a good thing. They're banking reasonably solid splits on 2:11 schedule. They can pick it up if they want through the second half, and then of course I know they will all be aware, they will have been warned by their managers, by the organisers, and probably by compatriots who've run this race in years gone by, about that final mile, the big climb up to the old fortified city where the blue Moscow waits them near the finish line. They will be nervous about that. Apparently, in years gone by, there have been some spectacular struggles up the slope to get up to the finish straight. The finish straight is about 200 metres long, dead straight to the finish line. So, getting their personal drinks then, they know which table their drinks are on, these runners. They head for a certain table. It looks pretty well organised. I like to see that, just 2 or 3 bottles on each table. That's really well done. That's really well done. I've seen major marathons in years gone by where there are too many bottles on each table, and it's very hard for the runners to pick out their own bottle when they're moving at speed. There's part of the old city wall, right up alongside the water. Of course, Istanbul, probably more than any other global city, has been battled over by various sides through the centuries, going back hundreds and hundreds of years. This has been the site of one conflict after another between the forces of Asia and the forces of Europe. And a peace of sorts has been reached, thank goodness, with not just Turkey but the city spanning the Bosphorus. There's a lovely shot up one of the grand avenues of Istanbul. About 15 in that group, I'm getting. About 12 of them are ladies, as they will be approaching 15k pretty soon. And they're enjoying the job being done here by the pacemakers, Vestas Chemjo and Javid Chemweno. They're tucked in really tightly behind them. In the orange there, to the left of the picture, you can see Emily Chebet, Kip Chumba, Sofia in the middle of the picture, Shafia Chemzu, tucked in really close behind the pacemakers, rumbling along this road where she set her personal best back in November 2019. It was then a personal best. In fact, it still is 2:27.51. The two athletes here wearing numbers which I'm not familiar with in the women's field, and we'll try and identify those for you as the race unfolds. Pacemakers thinking on their feet, that's good to see. Checking their watches, making sure they stay on schedule. Well, Istanbul apparently has hot summers, but not stinking hot summers. We're a few hundred kilometers north of Athens, where I know this summer they had a sweltering period. It got to 46 degrees centigrade in Athens this summer, but I'm told it never gets so hot here in Istanbul. I think the effect of the ocean keeps temperatures down, although the humidity here can rise quite high. So the women at 15k then, well, that's a nice big pack, isn't it? What, 10 athletes really within just a few seconds of Sofia Şemsu on 49.56. And that 49.56, just looking at her 15k, well, they've just slipped outside 2:20 schedule. They're on schedule now for about 2:20.30. So that probably a little bit more realistic from the ladies. They really did hammer the first 10k, as I said, 32.48 from them at 10k. Şemsu, Jeritic, Rotic, Chepengano, it's all Kenya and Ethiopia in that women's race. You could almost have had a team race, couldn't you? 4 to score. In that fluorescent green strip is Vincent Rono. Rono, 30-year-old, is a 2.7 performer. Ran that in Rotterdam when he was 5th in 2019. Has good track pedigree too, so I should be interested to see how he goes. There he is, left a picture in the fluorescent green. He's a 7:41 3,000 metre runner. He's run 27.52 for 10,000. Then he moved to marathon in 2017. He's running his 7th marathon today, so he's building experience. He was 4th in Daegu in 2017. That was his debut, a 2:10 performance, and then third in Eindhoven in 2:07, 5th in Rotterdam in his current personal best. He has taken to the marathon really well, very quickly. In fact, he hasn't had a bad marathon yet. Vincent Rono in that bright green strip. He stands out, doesn't he? It's very, very easy to spot him. 6 previous marathons he's run. He hasn't had a bad one. And actually, do you remember the World Cross Country in Uganda 4 years ago? He was 7th there. He had a fabulous run. So he's very, very adaptable. Good track runner, good cross-country runner, and now building a real reputation on the roads. So still, this women's pack with very, very little change. Sheila Jeritic on the far side in the light blue, 32-year-old. Won Warsaw a couple of years ago in Poland in 2:26. She also has won in Kozice as well. She's had some big wins actually in her time. She's only run 72 minutes for a half marathon. In fact, that's one feature of this women's elite field that I really noticed when doing my preparation, is a lot of them have run in the 2:25, 2:27 range, but really haven't nailed it at the half marathon yet, and that might be the key to running quicker times. If you're not getting anywhere near 70 minutes for the half marathon, I think that says something about your potential at the full marathon. To be a rounded runner is maybe one of the best ways to be. Sofia Şemsu at the front of that pack. Mentioned her a little bit already. She was 6th here 2 years ago. And athletes like to come back to races, to venues where they performed well in the past. It's perfectly understandable. Moving along the Kennedy Boulevard now, really well, the men's pack. And that tower is part of the old city wall, one remaining part. But there are huge sections of it. In fact, some coming up, I think, on their right. There's a long, long section of the city wall, which I drove past last night. Fortified city wall, of course. And apparently there were 3 different layers to the fortifications. There was a moat full of water, and then 2 layers of walling. A lot of it still in place. I wish I had more time here in the city to go and have a look at it. It's one of those cities where every nook and cranny just oozes history, and you want to go in there and get in amongst it and see it, but you'd need... Somebody said to me actually yesterday when we were driving around, everybody acknowledges that it's one of those cities, because it's so big and there's so much to see, that you need to spend 2 weeks in to really get to know the city. You need a fortnight here. And I'm afraid my schedule just doesn't allow for that. A couple of days and that's it. Back to London. Back to the cold and the rain and the wet and the wind. So let's take a look at some of these more recent splits for the men that have come through. They've gone through 18 kilometers now. 16k was a 50.01, and that split for the men was a 3:08. And then they banged out a really quick one. The 17th kilometer at 52.42 was a 2:41. That can't be right. There's got to be something going on there. That has to be a mismeasurement there. Never a 2:41. That's almost 13:20 pace for 5k. 55.39 at 18k in this men's race, and that was a 2:57. So that 18th kilometer, that's a more realistic and believable split at 2:57, but the 17th kilometre we'll have to take with a pinch of salt at 2:41. However, that 18k split, as I said, 55.39, does mean they're now on schedule for 2:10.28. So the last couple of kilometres, whatever the exact splits were, have brought the projected finishing time rocketing downwards, and we're now on 2:10 schedule, and maybe, just maybe, homing in on course record schedule. 3:10 was the 19th kilometre, 58.50. Again, the projected finishing time is down there around 2:10.30. And I'll tell you what I admire about Sophia Shemsu there. One of the shorter athletes in the race, tucked in third place behind the two big pacemakers, is she has not budged for a long, long time now. Coming up towards the hour mark in this 43rd edition of the NKolayİstanbulMaratonu, coming up to the hour mark, and the women's field are moving very, very quickly indeed. For the first 10 kilometres, they were on sub 2:20 schedule. They went through 15k on pretty much exactly 2:20 pace. But Sophia Shemsu, the 27-year-old Ethiopian, looking very confident and looks like she's chomping at the bit and ready for more. Well, back at the start, the masses in the 15k are still crossing the start line. It is a huge field, and in places the road is relatively narrow, and it gives that impression of a really dense packing. I do love that fluorescent green strip of Vincent Rono to the left of picture there. It's one of those outfits that looks, it'll be nice when he grows into it. It looks about 3 or 4 sizes too big for him. But it doesn't matter. It's flapping in the wind. It looks very light material, and he's enjoying his run as they have now been moving for almost 61 minutes in Istanbul. The men will shortly be reaching 20k. And just 1 or 2 beginning to drop off the pack. You can see a couple of athletes in the background there on that left-hand picture having to let go. We're not far from halfway now, remember. Only about 1 kilometre from halfway. Both races, though, being run very competitively so far. That's a big men's pack to the left of picture. Still about 22 strong with a couple dropping away. And there's that women's pack. And one athlete may be just in a little bit of trouble in that women's field. In the orange. I wonder if that's Kipchumba. Emily Kipchumba, who was a 2:31 athlete. She ran that in Eldoret earlier on this year, in fact on the 6th of June. Although it was doubtful measurement apparently. And she has only run 76.49. That was in Nairobi for a half marathon. So I wonder if she is just finding this tempo close to 2:20 pace, just a little bit too hot to handle. Now the men's pack not exactly splitting up, maybe just stretching out a little bit as they approach this 20k drink station, and in fact they have reached 20k now. We have the split at 61.55. The last kilometre was a 3:05, so their last 3 kilometres, well, we can't really take the 18th kilometre split too seriously. The 17th kilometre split too seriously. It was a 2:41, but after that, the 18th kilometre 2:57, 19th kilometre 3:10, 20th kilometre 3:05, and the projected time still at 20k is 2:10.38. So they've covered pretty much most of the first half of this Istanbul Marathon at a really sensible, conservative tempo. I wonder if we will see somebody, that men's pack, that big men's pack, lose patience in the third quarter of the race, between 20 and 30k, and maybe kick on and try to break up the field. In fact, as I say that, I know they've just passed a drink station, but as I say that, so one or two gaps just beginning to appear. The halfway split, only a minute or two away. And yes, there are athletes beginning to struggle. 2 or 3 peeling away. And of course, like all distance races, marathon running is a game of patience. Just sit in there behind the pacemakers or sit in there in the pack. Try and stay relaxed, keep out of trouble, conserve energy, and let the distance do the damage. And that's what's happening here in Istanbul this morning. 1 or 2 athletes as they approach halfway in the men's pack beginning to peel away. And that's what's happening in the women's race too. Because we saw an orange vest dropping away a couple of minutes ago. I think it was Kipchumba, Emily Kipchumba. And that would match really with her personal best if she's moving at anything close to 2:20 tempo. And the pace in this women's race is really quick. Well, she will be struggling because she's never broken 2:30. The course record, just to remind you of that, in the women's race, I said the course record, the event record, because it was a slightly different course, is 2:18:35 by Ruth Chepngetich 3 years ago. That is a fantastically quick time. Don't look for anything like that. Never mind about Kosgei's world record of 2:14:04, Bridget Kosgei's world record of 2:14 set in Chicago a couple of years ago. But if they can get close to 2:20 today, that would be fabulous running. Now, that 20k split confirmed at 61:57, in fact, officially. I've got a computer system here which is differing by just a couple of seconds. It matters not. 61:57 at 20k. We're just checking. Yeah, that has them on schedule for 61:57, excuse me, just using my old eyes on this chart. That's them on schedule for about, yeah, does confirms about 2:10.5. And they are rapidly approaching halfway. Bernard Sang, by the way, is towards the back of the field in a red and white vest. Now, Sang is the defending champion. He's sitting right at the back of the field, to the right of the pack as we saw them just now. Just keeping his cards up his sleeve, keeping his powder dry, so to speak. Was third in the half marathon here in Istanbul last year. He knows the city well. Well, so the halfway split for the elite athletes, just around 66 minutes, 65:21 in fact for the men. The halfway, 65:21. That is really sensible running. Good opportunity after a 3:10 kilometre for the 20th kilometre. The 21st kilometre, I should say. 21k was 65:05 with the 3:10, and then 65:21 for halfway. That's a 2:10:40 finishing time projected, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if today here in Istanbul we see negative split. That means a quicker second half after a slower first half. Brian Kipsang 65:23 first through, but along with Jackson Kemboy and Alan Biwott, the pacemakers, Daniel Kibet, Yitialat Nafu Zerihun, Chele Deshasa, Moses Kemai, Stanley Bett, Vincent Rono, Lemmy Dumesha. They're all there, right on top of each other. It is still a big men's pack, and that really underlines just how sensibly they've run. I don't want to say cautiously, because I think there is the opportunity to have a really quick second half. But they have run a nice steady first half, and many of these men be feeling pretty comfortable still. The pacemakers, Kemboy and Biwott, checking their watches. The women, well, they are through 15k and approaching 20k now. They went through 15k on 2:20:30 pace, but it has whittled down. Just 8 women there now. Well, some of the dignitaries there displaying various messages. They took part in the public run, some of them, which was about 25 minutes ago. Politics is a bit of a pastime in Istanbul, especially these days. Turbulent times in many nations, of course. We've got our own problems back in the UK. But everybody's staying resolutely behind the pacemakers in this men's race in Istanbul. If you just joined me in the last few minutes, you're watching the unfolding drama of the 43rd NKolayİstanbul Marathon. The race got underway at 9 o'clock local time in Asia. They crossed the massive Bosphorus Bridge, the 15th July Martyrs Bridge, and then we're into Europe and racing. Down the home straight here near my commentary position, the best of the inline skaters coming through. There were not many of them taking part. I didn't even have a start time for their race. Had a start time for the ladies, it was 9 AM along with the men. And they've run a much more aggressive first 20k than the men, much more aggressive first half indeed than the men, relatively speaking, against global timings. 65:21 for the men at halfway. There's the women going through, I suspect 20k that clock, and if so it was about 70:20. So again, well, the 20 clock split 66:34, but that was some 4 minutes ago now. So I think that marquee we saw them just pass was probably the halfway point. Yeah, 66:34, that is a nice big women's pack, and it's Gladys Gerono and Bensi Chariot who have dropped away. Gladys Gerono, who along with Bensi Chariot is just struggling a little bit here today. Bensi Chariot, well, she's a 2:42 performer, so no wonder she's struggling. Ran that at Gunsan back in 2018. But she might yet be heading for a big personal best, having run the first half so well. The men rocketing along. They've gone through 22 kilometres and 23 kilometres. 22 kilometres, 68:02. That last kilometre at 2:57. Now, unless there was some downhill there, if that is accurately measured, then they have really picked it up. 23 kilometres, 1:11:08, and that was a 3:06. And in fact, that 22nd kilometre put them on schedule for 2:10:29, the fastest projected split finishing time yet, I should say. But 2:10:30 is more or less what they're heading for in the men's race as things stand, just after halfway. The inline skaters, well, they've had to negotiate that massive uphill as well, and this gentleman looks like he's suffering a little bit. It's, as I say, the classic sting in the tail type marathon course with a big climb up here to this area. Men's pack still moving well, and not too many signs of strain, are there? There's plenty of athletes there looking very comfortable indeed. The smaller figures there in that orange vest is Moses Kemai. that sort of pinkish vest, fluorescent pink in the middle. It's very easy to pick out. Making his debut is Kolay. He's a 60-44 performer. He ran that in the Rome Ostia race in 2018. He's a very well-established half marathon runner. So he's into new territory now. Hasn't had any competitions in 2020 due to the pandemic. There is he's got Moses on his vest. Moses Kippengetic Kolay. But 2018, well, he was second on the Rome Ostia race. He won the Udine half, the second in the Arezzo half, won the Verona half. So he's a man who loves to race in Italy. In fact, he set his 10k personal best on the roads during that Rome Ostia half marathon back in March 2018. It has a gradual downhill profile, it has to be said, and it's a point-to-point course from the Italian capital down to Ostia on the coast. It's pretty much a straight line, so it's ineligible for course records or anything. But as the music booms around here at the finish line, these athletes have still got a long way to go in this men's field. Approaching 24 kilometers. Still, I like the look of Vincent Verona in that fluorescent green strip. And there's something I really like about athletes who have gone through the gears of a running career. They've done the track racing, they've done the cross country, they move onto the roads and they start establishing themselves on the roads. And Verona fits that profile. And if you look at the greats of road racing, that matches them as well. Well, the 21 kilometer split for the ladies, 17:19. And as you can see, some 7 athletes are up there. Emily Chebet, Kipchumba, Gladys Girona, Bensi Chariot, all beginning to struggle. Just losing a little bit of ground on that lead women's pack. But at 21k, 17:19. If we look at that and extrapolate forwards, 21k. They're on schedule for about 2:21 now, the ladies. So they have slowed a little bit, but not much. Still churning up really quick splits. The men have gone through 24k. In 74:20, and that last kilometre from them 3:12. So a slowish split from the men there. They must have negotiated a slight climb. I think the last 3 kilometres from the men, there's quite a bit of variation. 2:57, 3:06, 3:12. The pacemakers glancing around. Alan Biwott there, looking very comfortable, having a look over his shoulder. And I was told yesterday that the pacemakers here in Istanbul have been told they can finish the race if they want. They can continue and finish and be eligible for prize money, and the other runners are aware of that. As long as the other runners are aware, then that's okay. It's when pacemakers choose in the middle of the race that they will finish, and the other runners aren't expecting it, that it starts getting into, I think, rather unfair territory. I think you need to know as you stand on the start line who you might be racing and who you might be just having as a pacemaker. And I don't think it's fair for pacemakers to say at 25 or 30k to suddenly change status without any way of telling the racing athletes behind them that change, and all of a sudden they become a competitor, and that's a very, very different thing. So I've never been a great fan of pacemakers continuing to the finish unless the other athletes know that might be the case, and they do today, so that's okay by my way of thinking anyway. I think they've just gone through 25k. Was that the 25k split? And it would have been about 1:17:30 if that is the case. But we'll confirm that for you. Yes, 1:17:26 for the men at 25k. That last kilometre 3:06. So settling down to that 3:05, 3:06 territory again, and they're still on schedule for around 2:10. 1:40. Still trying to identify that athlete in yellow wearing A491. It is a new one to me, and I have no information whatsoever, because the elite are given names on their numbers, and when somebody suddenly appears in the lead pack with a number on their vest, it's a commentator's nightmare, I can assure you. If she wins the race, and I still don't know who she is, you have been forewarned. But we are trying desperately to find out. So, still moving well, Judith Chirono, second to left. At the back of the group, is that a Pamela? It is indeed. And then I think Pamela Rotic is just sitting at the back of the group and running her 15th marathon today, Rotic. 37 years old, probably about the most experienced in the pack. Here they come, negotiating another big sweep in the road, these men. Being told to hug that left-hand curve. Why would you not hug the inside of the bend when you're negotiating a curve? Why run the meters running way away from the inside of the bend? I think they're just being advised there to take the shorter line. This is the turning point at the southernmost point on the course. They have reached about 26k, and this is where they take that left-hand turn and start heading northwards again. And it's at this point that they will start running into the slight breeze, that wind from the north that we saw clearly earlier. The elite men at 25k, their official split 1:17:30. And that is still such a big pack down in one of the residential areas to the south of the city. They actually have been running not due south, but really almost westwards for the last 10 kilometers or so, as they are now heading back towards the center of the city with the Sea of Marmara on their right. In fact, for many kilometers now, it's not really the Bosphorus they've had to their left, it's been the Sea of Marmara. But it's now on their right. Further back, well, it's all about getting around. Time on your feet. How quickly can you, how much can you enjoy your Sunday outing? It's not about moving at anything like the speed these ladies are moving at. 26 kilometers, by the way, has just come up at 1:26:30. That was at 3:04. So the last 3 kilometer split's been 3:12, 3:06, 3:04. The pacemakers in this men's race, by the way, Vestas Chemjor and David Chemwain, are doing a fabulous job, keeping it really nice and steady. There's the finish line of the 15k. That is just south of the finish of the marathon, the peninsula that contains the finish of the marathon. I drove past this a couple of hours ago, and the facilities there are quite extraordinary. Plenty of medical backup as well as they ease over that finish line, the 15k runners. Remember, some 14,000 in that 15k. It's about 3 times the size of the marathon field on this day, this pandemic affected 43rd NKolayİstanbul Marathon. But a wonderful job by the organisers to keep it going. Even last year they had about 3,000 in the marathon. It was one of the very few global marathons that took place, and the conditions they had to withstand and the rules they had to accommodate were very, very strict indeed to enable the race to go ahead. And there were no problems in terms of COVID-19 spreading because of that race last year. They held the race and it went ahead with several thousand runners and all went well. So well done to them for that. Here is that women's pack, and we do have one athlete just beginning to struggle and dropping away from the group, trying to identify who that is as they pass some of these big tower blocks. It is a bustling metropolis these days, Istanbul. Talk about a wonderful blend of the old and the new. Structures that are 2,000 years old and more. And indeed, when they do any major construction here, it is always slowed, nearly always slowed apparently, by the fact that they come upon ruins and artifacts from centuries gone by, and of course the archaeologists have to move in and do their work before the construction can continue. A bit like in Athens back in 2004 for the Olympic Games, when they put a subway system into the city. The work was slowed for several years, those years of build, because they kept coming upon ancient Greek ruins. Well, that's much the same problem in a city like this with such an astonishingly rich history. Now, are they just climbing a little bit here? Is this a slight climb? 27k, 123.31 by the way. That was a 3:01. So they're moving nicely, 3:06, 3:04, 3:01. I wonder if that is a prelude to something a little bit more aggressive in this third quarter of this Istanbul Marathon. Will somebody lose patience and try and kick away and open up a gap in front of the pack before they get to that final punishing hill in the last mile? It's a very grey, dull day, but it's pretty much ideal conditions for marathon running. It's about 15 or 16 degrees here in Istanbul. Yesterday, we woke to a very, very heavy fog across the city, which apparently is incredibly rare. There it is, confirmation of the 15 degrees temperature. Quite high humidity because there's been a bit of rain about, a bit of drizzle about this morning. And yesterday, this very heavy fog sat over the city, and it didn't clear until the afternoon when beautiful sunshine broke out and the temperature rocketed up from about 15 to 20. But Friday was even warmer. Friday it was about 22 degrees here in the city. It was rather glorious. Now Ayantu is sitting in there as well. She's Ayantu Abdi of Ethiopia, the 29-year-old. She only has a best of 2:30, but she's moving at a tempo some 7 or 8 minutes quicker than that, if not faster. She ran 2:30 in Rennes in France back in 2017 when she finished third. Her personal best for a half marathon is only 70:26, and yet she is moving at a tempo way, way quicker than that here this morning, and heading for a huge personal best in the marathon. Now, I have been given the ID, thank goodness, for A49 runner A491 in that women's race. She's in the yellow, and it's Pascalia Chepkogai. So we shall watch her. Well, that Turkish flag proudly displayed. So, a split screen shot of these two races unfolding well past halfway now here in Istanbul. In the men's race to the left with a pack of around 20. In the women's race to the right, I think we're down to about 7 in that women's pack, but they're moving at a very, very crisp tempo. For a long time through the first half, they were on sub 220 tempo. Now they're on around 221, 222 tempo. Women with 16 kilometers to go, the men with 14 kilometers to go. They're almost exactly 2 kilometers apart. The women reached 20k in 66:34, and I think I got their halfway split at just outside 70, 70:20 thereabouts, although I haven't seen any official halfway split. Well, to the right of picture, you can see that yellow vest of Pascalia Chepkogai, the Kenyan. She won Ravenna in Italy in 2019. Her personal best is 2:23.28, and I'm told she's a private entry. She's not in the official elite field. Absolutely bizarre. Organisers literally can't stop this sort of thing happening. They may not necessarily want to stop it happening, but it is utterly bizarre that you can get a world-class athlete up in the elite pack, but not with an elite entry, not the organisers unaware of her, in effect. It's pretty weird. Praskalia Chepkogai, well, just looking at her card, she's a 72-minute half marathon runner. She ran that actually in New Delhi 3 years ago, so I would have been there. I'd have seen her there. She in 2018 in New Delhi, she was second in New Delhi in 72:39. That would suggest good credentials, because that's a very high caliber race. It may have been one of those very hot, humid days in India. And in fact, in 2018, she won the Hyderabad Marathon and the Pune Marathon, both outside 250. But she has got some interesting stats to her name, has Praskalia Chepkogai, so we shall watch her carefully. The men's pack moving along, and I'll give you some more splits in a minute. Take a look at those latest men's splits as they have now gone through 28k, 27k. Their split was 3:01, 1:23:31. 28k, their split is 1:26:45. So that was a much slower kilometre, a 3:14. I thought I saw them on a slight upslope, but here the ladies with almost an hour and a half on the clock. We're coming up to 1 hour 30 minutes. That's about 10 seconds away. And still, the little figure of Sophia Shemsu is tucked in there. In only her third marathon, in the black, right in the centre of that little women's pack. The roads have dried out now, as you can see. And these are modern roads, these new road surfaces, giving ideal running conditions for these athletes in a nice temperature in Istanbul. In the white vest, second to right, is Shelley Deshasa. He's a 2:06 performer. Now watch him carefully, he looks very comfortable indeed. He hasn't raced in over 2 years, but in 2019 he ran 3 marathons. He was 4th in Xiamen, 3rd in Rabat, then set his personal best in Seoul in November 2019, 2:06:25. Well, it's a great way of spending a Sunday morning. You can earn your Sunday lunch in a special way here in Istanbul as we see more athletes crossing the finish line of the 15k. There is that women's pack though. Now their 25k split in the women's race was 1:23:36, and still that pack of 6 athletes. Pamela Rotic has indeed dropped back, and 1:23:36 at 25k. Well, that puts them on schedule for still around 2:21. It's still a very, very quick women's race, heading for fast times as things stand. They do have to negotiate that punishing last kilometre and more, 1.4 kilometres up towards the finish line. But Sheila Jeritic, Jacqueline Chepengano, Ayantu Abdi, Judith Chirono, and the gate crasher Praskalia Chepkogai in there in the yellow vest. She actually wasn't mentioned on that caption, but she is absolutely involved in this women's race, is Pamela Chepkogai in the yellow. We shall watch that. Back to this men's field though, with just 12.5 kilometres to run, and still a big pack running in a very disciplined, conservative manner, I suppose you could say, through this third quarter. No fireworks yet. Nobody's chosen to really kick on and take any chances, because they know there's big prize money up here for grabs today. If you've just joined us in the last few minutes, let me remind you, first place $35,000 here in Istanbul, second place $20,000, third place $10,000, and the prize money goes down to 15th place. Even 15th place you get $1,000, and that's the same prize money for men and women. I think the time bonuses are not going to be taken today. If the athletes break in the men's race, break 2:08:59, the winner gets another $5,000. In the women's race, 2:20.59 might be more feasible. So 30k there has just gone by. 30k, 1:32.50. And that was a 3-minute split. So 1:29.50 for the 29-kilometer split, of course. That was a 3:05. So their last 3-kilometer splits have been 3:14, 3:05, 3 minutes. So now through 30k, they're almost into the final quarter. And I wonder if the racing will start now. So the men's field, are they going to start splitting up? Looks to me like the pacemakers might have dropped out. The men have got to 30k in 1:32.53 officially. Now, with the pacemakers gone, will the gloves come off? That is the question. Will we see an aggressive surge now from anybody? With what, about 35 minutes to run. Several of these men look very comfortable, and look, they're in the red and white vest just to the left of the group in the red and white. That is the defending champion, Bernard Sang. Now, according to my research, he is 40 years old, Bernard Sang. It's all about miles that you've got in the legs, isn't it? And if he's a young 40, then there's no reason he shouldn't be running really well here. Indeed, many people think Haile Gebrselassie was breaking world records beyond the age of 40, and that his age is a bit of a mystery. And certainly his quoted age is not accurate. That's what many people believe. So 30 is no great barrier, 40 is no great barrier for some. Bernard Sang won here last year at the age of 39. There he is in the red and white vest. And there's a surge here going in, there's no doubt about it. Just trying to see who that is. And it's a Solomon. That's Solomon Muta of Uganda, the 29-year-old, who is moving very much to the fore now. That is the first aggressive move we've seen in the entire race. He's in his 14th marathon here, the Ugandan. He has a best of 2:08.25. He ran that in Vienna, and he almost has taken the 30-kilometer point. In fact, as he approaches 31 now, as being the point where he cuts loose. But he surged for a few meters, maybe about 100 meters, and now he's eased back and he's looking around and just losing confidence a little bit. Also in there, looking strong too. You can see Emmanuel, just looking for which Emmanuel it is. Emmanuel Nebai, 38-year-old Kenyan. He has a best of 2:08. That was from Guangzhou in China in December 2019. Back to these ladies. Now I wonder if they are running into a bit of a wind here, because they seem to have narrowed up, don't they? They're all tucked in really tightly behind the two pacemakers, Vestas Chemjo and David Chemweno. I wonder if they are beginning to feel a little bit of that wind from the north now, the ladies. Well, these are athletes crossing the Galata Bridge in the 15k. All these roads closed to traffic is quite some logistical achievement, I have to say. Now, to the fore for the first time is the defending champion, Bernard Sang. Here in Istanbul, the racing has started at 31k. They've gone through 31k in 1:36.04. 1:36.04, and that kilometre was at 3:14, so there was a lull, maybe a lull before the storm in that 31st kilometre. Their last 3 or 4 kilometre splits have actually varied enormously. 3:14, 3:05, 3 minutes, and then a 3:14. if those splits are to be believed, that's a huge variation in tempo. Well, youngsters are banging on the advertising boardings up here in Suleyman Square. Where the finish line is situated, and these men are heading. And now, there is a big attack from the Vincent Rono, the fluorescent green vest of Vincent Rono. He's going to start testing these men. We saw a sort of feigned attack there from the Ugandan, which came to nothing, Solomon Mutai. But Vincent Rono just showing his colours there a little bit. And you can really see, I was going to say sense, but you can see that indecisiveness, can't you, from this pack? There's several of them, I think, who are feeling strong, feeling fresh, but not confident enough to kick away to try and really start testing this pack. And who will be the brave one? Who will kick away and who will make their move at the right time? Do you bide your time, sit in there, just follow any other moves, not show your cards in effect, and then use that last hill to kick perhaps to victory? Or do you push now and go early with some, what, about 10k to go? 32k hasn't yet been reached by this pack, but they're still on 210 tempo, this men's pack. If they want to get inside 210 and threaten the course record, or indeed the all-comers record here in Turkey, they really have got to, somebody's got to take the bull by the horns now with 10k to go and attack this course, attack the field. Remember, the Turkish all-comers record was 209.35. That was set in Izmir just some 6 months ago, back in early April, by Tsegay Getaju of Ethiopia. The Turkish all-comers, that is, 209.35. The course record, 209.44. Only some 9 seconds slower by Daniel Kibet back in 2019. And Kibet is running here. He is still in there. But he's eased back on the throttle as Vincent Rono in the green strip. He's thought better of it. It is still Vincent Rono back in about, he's back in about 7th or 8th place now. He's settled back into the pack. He's just biding his time. In fact, it's Brian Kipsang, I think, who is to the fore. 27-year-old Kenyan with a best of 2:09 in that men's race. The women there going through 30 kilometres, 1:40.56 according to my clock. And we are down to what? 5 ladies now, 3 men accompanying them. And still Judith sitting in there. Judith Charono and A491 Pascalia Chepkogai at the back of the group. Jacqueline Chepengano is there as well, just faltering to get her drink. That didn't go very smoothly. But as they reach that 30k drink station, so this women's pack is showing a little gaps for the first time. Well, that has broken up. And in the men's field too, wow, there's been an attack. Look at the bottom left of picture. The fluorescent green vest of Vincent Rono has suddenly lost 50 or 60 meters. He's hit a wall. He's gone through a really bad patch. And we're down to what, about 10 athletes now in this lead group, with others dropping away, including last year's champion Bernard Sang in the red and white vest. He's back in about 11th place. He can't go with this surge. 1 hour 42 minutes on the clock. They've still got about 28 minutes of running to go by my estimation. They've been on 2:10 tempo for a long time now, but we are down to 10. And I think it's still Brian Kipsang to the right of picture who's doing the aggressive running. Look out too for just looking for that Daniel there, who is in the Yitiyal is there. Yitiyal looking strong. Yitial Zerihun in the blue, right in the middle of the picture. The Ethiopian 28-year-old is the best of 2:06. That was in Dubai last year when he was 5th. I was at that race. It was the most astonishing fast time packing by the East Africans on that day in Dubai. But that field has been torn asunder. It was 20 strong only 5 or 10 minutes ago, and literally in the last 5 minutes or so it has gone from 15 to 12 to 10, and there is still aggressive running going on at the front end. Well, who is going to come out on top? Victor Kiplangat now making his debut, the Ugandan 21-year-old, looking very up for this one in the red shorts. Veering over to his side of the road. He was a pacer at the Mission Marathon in Enschede in the Netherlands back in April this year. He stopped at about 35k, having got to the halfway in 64.47. He hasn't had any other races this year. He's done track races, but nothing good. He hasn't broken 14 minutes for 5,000. He's on 28.16 for 10,000, nowhere near world class. But he was 16th at the World Half Marathon Championships last year in Gdynia in 60.29, so he does have great credentials. In fact, his best half marathon is 59.26. That was when he was 7th in Delhi in November last year. I was at that race as well. It was a warm day, and yet he and the leading athletes, a whole load of them, crashed through the 60-minute barrier. So watch Victor Kiplangat in the white vest. He is definitely a name to watch and at the front at the moment. But I still sense that none of them are really confident enough to make that decisive move, to open up a gap on the rest and really start asking questions. They head across the road here with the 33-kilometre marker behind them. They've gone through 33k now. 32k was 1:39.21. That 32nd kilometre was a 3:17, and then the 33rd kilometre was a 3:06. So we go back to this women's race. The men, by the way, at 33k, 1:42.28. And the women now with Sheila Jeratic. Ayantu Abdi is there. And Ayantu Abdi, I mean, I was researching her name last night. I could hardly find anything about her. The Ethiopian is 29 years old. She has a best of 2:30. That was in Rennes 2017. She hasn't broken 70 minutes for a half marathon, although she did win in Warsaw 2017 in 70.26. And yet she's on schedule here for something like 2:21, 2:22. She's heading for possibly a personal best by several minutes. They have to negotiate that very hard last 14 or 1500 meters up to the finish square, of course. So that will take away a minute or two of time, I'm sure, from what these projected finishing times. But nonetheless, this women's pack are moving at a very, very healthy tempo, and they have taken it on today. I admire them because they've really attacked the race. This men's pack, stride for stride, the two athletes in first and second. Victor Kiplangat in the white vest tucked in third place. Brian Kipsang to the right of picture, and Solomon Mutai of Uganda to the left there at the front. Those the first three then. Solomon Mutai, Brian Kipsang and Victor Kiplangat. And it is taking its toll, the distance, there's no doubt about it. How frustrating to be hanging on for 33 kilometres or more and then have to let go. They've just gone through 34k, by the way, 1:45.36. So that was a 3:08, and the projected winning time now is 2:11.03. But still some 12 men in this men's lead pack, and actually the defending champion is back with them. Bernard Sang has regained contact, the 40-year-old, the winner last year in 2:11.49, is back in the lead group. He did have a slight bad patch about 10 minutes ago. There's that massive strip of the many lanes of the Kennedy Boulevard alongside the Sea of Marmara. They're still to their right is the Sea of Marmara. It's really not the Bosphorus. The Bosphorus begins when they get to about 38k. Now that must be the 35k point they've just gone through. In about 1:48.30, we'll give you that official split very shortly. 35k, 1:48.29, and that was at 2:54. Now that is the quickest kilometre of the race for a long time. There's that glorious remaining section of the old city walls. Sailing a boat up to that and trying to make an impression. Good luck. But the race has definitely come alive in this last 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And yet there is still this massive pack. I thought they were looking comfortable. Plenty of them were looking far too comfortable. Daniel Kibet, the 2019 champion, is still in there. Hasn't raced for almost 2 years. He's running in his 6th marathon here today, so he's accumulating experience. But he was a late starter, Kibet. Didn't begin until 2018, 3 years ago. No races at all before 3 years ago, and he's 25. So the 35k drink station, get their drinks. They didn't all get their drinks. It's so hard when those drinks are put too close together, those bottles. If only the bottles were spaced a bit further apart. You saw one athlete, they grab his drink, and you can see now the reigning champion, Bernard Sang, to the left of the picture, trying desperately to get a drink. He has done. I think he missed his personal water, but he's got his personal drink, but he's got an ordinary water and a gel as well, which he's taken on board. And of course, in a marathon, you have to take on the liquids. You have to take on, for these elites, ideally your personal drink, and then liquids throughout the race to keep the energy up, keep hydrated. If you feel thirsty in a marathon, as they say, you've left it too late. You shouldn't feel thirsty. Keep taking drinks, little and often. At 35k, 1:48.32 is the official split. So 7k to go, and still this pretty big men's pack. Are we going to see an attack before they get towards the final hill in the last mile, or are they going to leave it very late? I still get the feeling that there's 3 or 4 men there who are not yet showing their cards. They're playing a very cagey game. It's almost becoming like a game of chess. How do you move your resources? How do you play your resources? 12 in that men's pack, well after 35k in Istanbul. And in the women's pack, still those pacemakers doing a great job. Vestus Chemnocho and David Chemweno. And Ayantu Abdi looking the most keen for it at the moment. Looking to it, Sheila Jeritic to the left in the tall athlete in the light blue vest, and just trying to see Jacqueline Chepengano, I think that is, as well, in the light blue. And they're not giving anything away, are they? None of them are taking on the pace from the pacemakers. They're sitting in there. Ayantu Abdi, well, she's not exactly a mystery. Her last race was 4th in Taiwan, but that was in September 2019 when she ran 2:30.57. She's going to run a lot quicker than that today. Her personal best is 2:30.38 from Rennes from northern France back in 2017. So 4 years it's taken her to find an opportunity to produce a much quicker time, and she has grabbed the opportunity in spectacular fashion so far today, with about half an hour of running to come in that women's race. For the men, well, a very different affair. They've got less than 20 minutes to run. And it is last year's champion Bernard Sang who just gets his nose in front. Mengistu is there as well. Watch out for him. Mengistu Nigatu, that is, of Ethiopia, the 36-year-old. He's a 2:19 performer, if my research is to be believed. He's running his 5th marathon, and yet he's in this pack now, and still at about 2:11 tempo. So 5.5 kilometers to run in this men's race. 35k is behind them. So now is 36k. They've gone through 36k in 1:51.29. And that was a 3-minute split. Indeed, their last 2 kilometer splits have been 3 minutes, have been 2:54 and 3 minutes. They are certainly racking up the tempo at the front of the men's race. In the women's race, well, these pacemakers have done a fabulous job. And as I say that, so Sheila Jeritic, just beginning to lose contact. Losing contact. Oh dear. With 1:54 on the clock. She may be seeing victory eased out of her hands here. And now an attack from Mengistu Nigatu in the orange. And he thinks better of it. He just tests them on that climb. He surges. That was extravagant. He surges and then looks over his shoulder and he's back. And I think we've seen 3 or 4 attacks now, which have lasted about 100 meters each time, about 20 seconds. And then the athlete making the attack has thought, no, no, no, not yet, not yet. There is so much indecision going on here. And now another aggressive surge. This is Robert Kipkemboi of Kenya, the 33-year-old. He's a 2:07 performer. This looks a little bit more concerted now. Robert Kipkemboi in his 15th marathon. He ran 2:07.09 in Seoul 2 years ago. In fact, 2.5 years ago when he was 5th. But Robert Kipkemboi, who earlier on this year, back in April, was 4th in Lagos in Nigeria in 2:16.04. I went to the Lagos Marathon a couple of years ago. Very warm, humid conditions. So 2:16 there is still a pretty solid run. But he's broken 2:10 3 times as Robert Kipkemboi. He has the credentials to go well here. Although in 2019 he ran 4 marathons, can you believe, Kipkemboi? Maybe he's freshened up to that little campaign. So she's still hanging in there stubbornly, isn't she? Sheila Jeritic. They haven't eased away from her yet. She's working very hard to cling on to this. We're down to 3 women. She may make the rostrum yet. But Ayantu Abdi looks the calmest to me. The Ethiopian in the dark strip there with the yellow on her shorts, tucked in behind these 2 pacemakers who've done a fabulous job every step of the way. We're coming to the sharp end of this 43rd NKolayİstanbul Marathon now. 1 hour, 56 minutes on the clock, and the men's race has seen one attack after another in the last half hour, and now it's beginning to split up. A pack of 12 that looked so comfortable 5 minutes ago is down to 5 or 6, and even that is beginning to show gaps as they reach another drink station. They've gone through 37k with a 3:07 kilometre split, and that was in 1:54.36. The projected time in the men's race 2:10.42, so they're going to be down there around 2:10 to 11 territory. I say to 11 not because I'm pessimistic, but because they've got that big hill to negotiate near the end of the race. In the final mile there's a massive hill. So all the marathon runners must complete to get up here to the flat finish. There's about a 200-metre dead straight run in to the finish line. There's the finish of the 15k. It's beginning to get busy, isn't it? Boy, oh boy. Huge crowds at the finish of the 15k. That is adjacent to the Sea of Marmara. And at about, about 37k for the marathon runners, as they're going in the opposite direction. But another attack in the men's race. With 4 kilometers to go for the men, we are very much at the business end here in Istanbul. And it is yet again Victor Kiplangat, who made the young Ugandan, he's only 21, made an attack about 20 minutes ago for about 200 meters and then eased back on the throttle. It was almost like he was testing the opposition, but plenty of people responded, so he eased back and kept his powder dry, making his debut here, the 21-year-old. But he has got really strong credentials at the half marathon. 59.26 he ran in Delhi a year ago. In fact, at the end of November last year, I was there in the Indian capital, so it was about 11 months ago. And carrying that form and that confidence through to the marathon, well, you are going to make a strong debut. And a win here today would be fabulous. It doesn't matter that it might not be under 2:10. The win is what matters. And also going well. And Robert Kipkemboy in the all black. So inside the last 4k now. 3.6 kilometers to come in this men's race. Almost 2 hours on the clock and we're down to 5. And I just get the feeling that none of them has really cut loose yet. They're looking strong. Victor Kiplangat has attacked a couple of times, he's surged, but each time he surges, so they match him stride for stride. And this 39th kilometre will be quick, there's no doubt about it. 1:57.29 was the split at 38k. That was a 2:53, very quick indeed. And this one I think is going to be similar. This 39th kilometre from the men, because they really are shifting, they're tanking along. The winner of the wheelchair race, they started at 8:45, it's 11 o'clock local time. So that's taken about 2 hours, 15 minutes for Varis Alani to win the women's wheelchair race. Well done to her. She is certainly suffering after negotiating that massive climb up to the finish area. Still 5 in this men's pack. So they've gone through 39k now in 2 hours and 31 seconds. And that kilometre at 3:01, so that last 2k splits have been 2:53 and 3:01, and they're on schedule now for something down around 2:10.20, so it is getting quicker. But which of these men has judged it best? Which of them has saved enough for that big climb? And it will be spectacular, which they're going to hit in about a mile's time, in about 1.5 kilometres time. They will lead into the hill and try to beat their opponents to the top. Who's going to be the king of the mountain today? So the Bosphorus to their right, there is now the Sea of Marmara in the background. Still these 5 men pushing on. Robert Kipkemboy in the all black in second place. The leader is Victor Kiplangat in the white and red. They are beginning to open up a gap. The cadence, the leg turnover is increasing. Every few hundred meters they're picking it up. It's almost becoming like a middle distance race. And in fact it is Robert Kiplangat now who forces himself to the front. And beginning to struggle in the background is Daniel Kibet, the 2019 champion. He's in 5th place at the moment. The tall man in orange has battled bravely, but I think now with the way this tempo is picking up, the 5 becomes 4. And Victor Kiplanga, the debutant, the 21-year-old Ugandan, surges yet again. And then, as I say that, so there's an attack from Moses Kemai in their fluorescent pink. He has waited a long time for this moment, but has he picked his moment right? It's a real game of chance, this one, because they're still on the flats, as you can see, alongside the Bosphorus. There they go through 40k. We're down to 4. And the 40k split, I reckon, was about 2:03.35. We're waiting for that to come up. 2:03.32 officially on my computer. 2:03.32, and it was a 3:01 that got them to that point. So, my word, the last 5k, they are really kicking in hard. Indeed, the last 5k has taken 15:02 to 40k. And that is aggressive running. Victor Kiplanga looks cool, doesn't he? Taking on the liquids. And if that split that I've just calculated, 15:02, is correct, so that's 2:06 tempo that they've hit between 35 and 40k. And you can see how quickly they're top left of picture. See that orange vest of Daniel Kibet? Very quickly, about 60 meters is opened up between him and the leading quartet, because he's had to let go. And once you've let go, and you know there's a big gap behind you, then there's no point in really battling on to hurt yourself if you know you're going to be in 5th place. And I think that is fairly secure for him. But the man most likely to, for my money here, is Victor Kiplanga. Although, having said that, in the fluorescent pink just now, Moses Kemai showed his colours. He kicked in very hard for about 100 metres and then he's back. But the one who is at the front and looking most consistently comfortable is Victor Kiplanga. There's no doubt about it. He had a big year last year at the half marathon. He really established his credentials. He was 7th in the Barcelona half marathon in 61:04. Then he went to the World Championships in Gdynia, Poland. He was 16th there in 60:29. And he finished the year on November the 29th last year by finishing 7th in Delhi in 59:26, a personal best. And once you're into sub-60 territory for the half marathon, you are running very, very fast indeed. Now, they've turned away from the Bosphorus, and they're leaning into the hillside now. They've gone past the timing clock, the timing vehicle, and they are now beginning to make the climb. And you can see straight away they're lifting, they're elevating away from the water. Have they judged it right? Which of them has judged it most right here? Victor Kiplanga, it is. And Solomon Mutai, 1 and 2. Kiplanga maybe heading for a spectacular debut victory here. But has Solomon Mutai got anything else up his sleeve? They're both Ugandan. How about that? Could be a Ugandan 1-2 here. Victor Kiplanga in the white leads now up that first rise, then a slight downhill, and then it climbs again. I've been told it's very deceptive, this final few hundred meters. But the other two are not spent. Don't write off the other two. Moses Kemai in the fluorescent pink, and to the right of picture, Brian Kipsang is still there. We have 4 men into the final kilometre in Istanbul. 40k, 2:03.32. It was a 3:01 kilometre. This one won't be much slower despite the undulations, because they are tanking along. They're really shifting. And this now is about guts. It's also about judgment and being able to read the body language of your opponents, because none of them is wanting to give any quarter. All 4 of them battling away. It seems cruel that one of them is going to have to finish off the rostrum even. Victor Kiplanga climbs a little bit more. So they head for the Sultanahmet Square. that is where we are sitting. The final run in is about 170 metres, dead straight, dead flat towards the finish line. But Victor Kiplangat, barrel-chested, quite short in stature, but powerfully built, has judged this, it seems, to perfection, and he gets the gap now. And it is indeed Robert Kipkemboi in second place. The Kenyan 33-year-old has a best of 2:07, and that really gives some measure to the calibre of this run from Victor Kiplangat. Spectator numbers beginning to increase, some out for a Sunday morning stroll, some out specifically to watch the race as he leans into this steepest part of the hill, climbing up towards Sultanahmet Square. He has the gap for the first time, and this may be decisive. The 21-year-old Ugandan has worked so hard, 500 metres to run. Last year's winner, Bernard Sang, is in his wake. So is Mengistu. That is a good run by Mengistu Nigatu. He's a 2:19 performer. He's going to smash his personal best by several minutes. But Victor Kiplangat, even he looks to be wilting. The stride length has gone a bit. 400 metres to run. And still the hill continues. It's so cruel. The sting in the tail of this course is spectacular. There is the Blue Mosque. The glorious structure of the Blue Mosque is now in sight. The Sultanahmet Mosque, as it's known, awaits these runners, and more importantly awaits the victor. It looks like it will be Victor Kiplangat. What an appropriate name the young Ugandan has. The battle for second and third between Robert Kipkemboi and Solomon Mutai continues. It looks like Moses Kemai is resigned to fourth place in that fluorescent pink vest as they come into the finishing straight now. And Victor Kiplangat of Uganda continues to stride for the line, 100 metres to run. No chance to relax here because they are battling behind him. And it's Robert Kipkemboi who will be second, but the champion in this 43rd edition of the NKolayİstanbulMaratonu is a Ugandan, a debutant. Victor Kiplangat is victorious. His unofficial time 2:10.14 for Kiplangat. Robert Kipkemboi takes second. Solomon Mutai of Uganda takes third. Uganda 1-2 with a Kenyan in between them. And pity for Moses Kemai, who finished in fourth place and off to rostrum. But winning in spectacular style and a perfectly worked victory for Victor Kiplangat. He was a pacemaker at the Mission Marathon in the Netherlands in April. The Enschede Marathon was today no pacemaking for him. He had pacemakers through the first half of the race. He was the one who benefited along with the others, and he is the one who has worked his way so hard, powered his way to victory here in Sultanahmet Square. Brilliant running from the young Ugandan. What a debut. And the women's race, well, they continue to fight on, but I think it's Jacqueline Chepengeno who has eased clear behind one of the pacemakers. They've done a wonderful job, these two pacemakers in the women's race, Festus Chemdo and David Chemweno. Well done to them. But it looks like Jacqueline Chepengeno in her fourth marathon is using her experience, having set her personal best in Amsterdam 3 years ago in October 2018 when she ran 2:24, using her experience to perhaps move to victory. It's not over yet. They've got about 3 kilometers to go, the ladies. Beautiful sight there of this peninsula that pokes out into the Bosphorus. It's pretty much the start of the Bosphorus, and the fortress has guarded the gates to the Bosphorus, so to speak, for centuries. Indeed, this whole peninsula is fortified. There's a wall which goes around it. The Blue Mosque there, or the Sultanahmet Mosque as it's known, because we're in Sultanahmet Square, and then to the right of picture that is the Hagia Sophia Mosque, the Holy Sophia Grand Mosque. Those two structures straddle the finish line. We are in the most glorious setting, one of the great cultural settings. See those tents just the other side of the mosque? Well, that's where the finish line is. But this from Jacqueline Chepengeno has been a quite superb run. Can't quite see the gap behind her yet, but her 10-mile time is fantastically fast. She's run 51:34 for 10 miles, although it was in 2015. That is quick, and that suggested she has huge potential. And Chele Deshasa coming home in that men's race. Deshasa, the 37-year-old. Now, he's a 2:06 performer from a couple of years ago in Seoul. That underlines the calibre of the racing up in front. Still waiting for that official winning time. But I got it at roughly 2:10.14, so not a course record on this day. They ran very conservatively, the men, for the first half. Jacqueline Chepengeno, though, of Kenya. Well, she's 28 years old. Was a good runner as a youngster, a great track runner. In fact, she was a silver medalist in the World Youth 3,000 metres back in 2009. She has run 31:27 for 10,000 on the track. That was in Durban, South Africa, 5 years ago. But we know she's in very good shape. She came second in the Paris half marathon back on the 5th of September. That was in 69:07. But Paris is a big race. Their marathon is huge. They had a marvellous race a few weeks ago. And they have a big half marathon as well. And if you finish second there, you know you're in great shape. So that was the perfect preparation for her, some 8 weeks ago. Working hard with the arms, though, here, isn't she? She's tired. The hips are low. She's really not up on her toes at all. She's really suffering, but I can only assume those are behind her as well. So, the Hagia Sophia Mosque, the Hagia Sophia Camii, as it's known locally, built in 537 AD, can you believe, as a Christian cathedral, and then it was converted into a mosque a mere, about 900 years later. A blip in time in these parts. Like Rome, Istanbul is built on 7 hills, and Jacqueline Chepengeno has to negotiate just one of them in the next few minutes to get to the finish line. 2:15 on the clock. She's heading for something a long way under 2:30. About how far under 2:30? We don't know. I wonder if she can get down towards her personal best. She is struggling here to go with that pacemaker. There's no doubt about it. She's checking her watch. I bet she's wishing it was a few minutes further advanced than it is, because she's definitely hurting. Working so hard with those arms to help bring the legs through. She has 1.8 kilometers to go, just over an English mile. But she is in glorious isolation here, Jacqueline Chepengeno. Pacemaker maybe needs to have a little glance over his shoulder. As I say that, so he does. I think that is out of sympathy. He may slow a little bit now and regain contact with her and try and help her through, because that sort of psychological elastic band between him and her was getting a little too long. Now she's gaining on him, so he has slowed a little bit to help her through these final few hundred meters. 1.5 kilometers to go. And you can see on the other side of the road, athletes who may be in the 15K, they may be in the marathon. I suspect they're in the marathon, the majority of them, because the 15K, well, that started at 8:45. That's 2.5 hours ago now. So those are probably marathon runners on the far side of the road. They've got a long way to go, though, if they are, because they are only at about 12 kilometers of the marathon. Maybe they are in the 15K. Most of them are walking. I hope they're in the 15K, in fact, because if they're walking after the 12K of a marathon, they're going to be out there most of this Sunday. Well, the pacemaker grabs a drink. Jacqueline Chepengeno doesn't. What a run it's been from her, though. It's gradually been whittled down, this women's elite field. She had to be very, very patient. Sheila Jeretic lost contact, about 20 minutes ago. Pamela Rotich was up there for a long time. And she has just maintained a good steady tempo. There hasn't been the surges and the attacking and the race tactics required as was required in the men's race. 1,100 metres to go, and she's still down on the flats near the Bosphorus. Here at the finish line, 2:18 on the clock there. All these athletes finishing slightly down the men's field, but still some very good running going on. Anything under 2:20 on this course is solid running with that big hill, probably accounting for a couple of minutes. Now, there is the left-hand turn, away from the made road alongside the water. And here the climb begins for Jacqueline Chepengano. Well, she's been running for many years, 28 now. She has that World Youth 3000 medal in her bag. She ran a fabulously fast 10 miles. She was second in Zaandam back in 2015 in the Netherlands in 51:34. She has the credential on the track as well, a 31:27, 10,000 metres. We knew she was in good shape from her Paris half marathon second place a couple of months ago. Had no races at all in 2020, so she comes into this, I suppose you could say, relatively fresh. But her personal best, well, it goes back to 2018, Amsterdam 2018, where she ran 2:24:38. And some of the top Turkish athletes coming through, trying to break 2:20. I think that gentleman will do 2:19:40 on the clock now. As the first rise has been negotiated by Chepengano. Now it flattens out, and then there's even a little downhill. It's quite cruel. It's like a double whammy. It's getting slapped around the face from one cheek, and then you have to turn the other cheek, and you get slapped around the other one by these two injections of climb in the final kilometre here in Istanbul. But she's enjoying that little downhill strip, isn't she? Running freely there with the victory assured. The pacemaker, and I'm not sure if that's Sylvester Chemda or David Chemweno. We haven't seen his number for a long time, but he's doing a fabulous job guiding Chepengano all the way to the line. And here another of those private entry athletes coming home in just outside 2:20, an A495. My apologies, sir, I don't know your name because of your number. I haven't got a database here, and that is still good running in Istanbul. Well, the winner of the men's race had a supremely appropriate name. Victor Kiplangat was the victor, the 21-year-old Ugandan in his debut. It looks like the winner in this women's race, and there's not much road behind her, empty road behind her before you get to Sheila Jeretic. Sheila Jeretic may yet be able to produce something here. The hips of Jacqueline Chepengano, because of her fatigue, are getting lower and lower. It won't be long before she's running almost Groucho Marx style. She's really fatigued, and now she leans into this second climb. She has the pacemaker to help her, and that may be, you could argue, is a little bit unfair. I almost feel as though the pacemaker should step aside now and let these ladies battle it out, because the leader, Jacqueline Chepengano, has help while Sheila Jeretic doesn't. And if you feel comfortable with that, then you look at things a bit differently from me. I think he ideally should step aside now, but he's done his job supremely well. We're not going to criticise him for that. It is David Chemweno who is leading through to the very last few hundred metres here for Jacqueline Chepengano. But Sheila Jeretic has been threatening, and Jacqueline Chepengano's legs are almost buckling. She's trying desperately to maintain her tempo here. This is another upslope. It's quite deceptive. This is quite a steep hill alongside the shops, heading up for Sultanahmet Square. And you can see bottom left of picture, Sheila Jeretic, probably 25, maybe 30 metres behind with 500 to go. Are we going to see a spectacular turnaround here? Sheila Jeretic must be equally fatigued, but I sense that she's moving better and gaining back there in that light blue vest. Cherotich, the 32-year-old Kenyan, making her 7th marathon race here, has a best of 2:26. That was when she won Warsaw 2019. And I think she is going to catch Chepengano. Oh my word! Almost up into Sultanahmet Square. We have a new leader. Jacqueline Chepengano looked safe, looked home and dry 5 minutes ago. Now things have been reversed, and Sheila Cherotich, who was 4th in the Commonwealth Games back in 2018, she made her debut back in 2017. She ran 2:28 in Chongqing. She surely is going to be the victor. Well, in the men's race, we had a spectacular mass finish. 4 men battling for the win over the final kilometre. In this women's race, we get a change of leader with 500 metres to go. Can you believe it? Sheila Cherotich, the 32-year-old from Kenya, the winner of Kazicha in 2017, the winner of Warsaw in 2019, will be the winner of Istanbul in 2021. The time will be quick too. 2:24 has only just clicked by. In this 43rd edition of the NKolayİstanbul Marathon, in spectacular fashion, Sheila Cherotich is champion. Oh, spectacular stuff. And crossing the line, almost staggering over the line in second place, Jacqueline Chepengano, her compatriot, can hardly walk there. That hill is punishingly tough over the final kilometre. 1 and 2 for Kenya. Sheila Cherotich takes the victory. Just outside 2:24. And Ayantu there taking 3rd place. Ayantu Abdi taking 3rd. As others battle for their places in the top 10. This is a replay of that change of leader. Ironically, just as the hill flattened out up until Sultanahmet Square. You cannot criticise Jacqueline Chepengano for her application. She had given 100% before the top of the hill and didn't have anything left for this finishing straight. Look at that bottom of picture, almost staggering through this last 200 metres. And Sheila Cherotich, in contrast at the top of the picture, is moving so fluidly, moving wonderfully. The pacemaker for David Chemwena ushers her home. He's done a fantastic job. And the racing at the front end of the women's competition here in Istanbul 2021 has been quite supreme. But Sheila Cherotich has so much class. We know that from her 4th place in the Commonwealth Games. She's been a winner of several big marathons. She hasn't raced in 2.5 years before today, but she wins today in Istanbul. Can you believe it? Drama upon drama, saved till the very last moment here in Istanbul. And the time in the women's race, relatively speaking, quite fabulous. The Hagia Sophia Mosque, well, that's seen millions of prayers being made over the years, over the centuries, indeed over the thousands of years. This site has been sacred for a long time to millions and millions of people. But today, the prayers of Sheila Cherotich have been answered because she ran to victory, only taking the lead with about 200 metres to run, literally with about 200 metres to run. She is champion in Istanbul. Well, Judith Sharonov coming home, she's into her last 100 metres, and this is still great running in the women's race. Their aggressive, more aggressive first half has given them better times coming to the finish line. She finishes there in 2:27.18 unofficially. And that is a debut for Girona, and what a debut. The 26-year-old Kenyan, I think, might have finished in 4th place. I'll confirm that for you as soon as I can. Well, there is confirmation of the men's race. Top 10, Victor Kublanga, the winner, over Robert Kipkemboy and Solomon Mutar. The Ugandans 1 and 3, kept Kenboy in between them. Moses Kemai 2:10.28, and Bernard Sang, last year's champion, back in 5th place, a little bit further back. And the 2019 champion, Daniel Kibet, in 6th place. So a new champion crowned today, Victor Kiplangat, in his debut, 2:10.18. A quite fabulous performance from the 21-year-old. And the place time's not bad either. The first 9 under 2:12 in the men's contest. There's that glorious sight of the Sultanahmet Square. This whole peninsula fortified in centuries gone by, and you don't really get a clear indication of how steep the hill is coming up to where these two mosques are. But they are, well, probably about 100 feet above the Bosphorus. Well, earlier on this morning, the inline skaters got underway. Good number of them, looks like about 100 started, and the road surfaces here in Istanbul generally very good indeed, so they have enjoyed a fabulous day in glorious conditions. No sunshine, but actually for distance racing and marathon running in particular, these conditions have been just about perfect. 15 degrees the temperature at the start. The wheelchair races, well, they got underway at 8:45, a little while after the inline skaters. Only a small field. A field of 9 getting underway in that wheelchair race. And the eventual winner of the wheelchair race, Valis Alani. Loads of support for the inline skaters, the wheelchair races, and indeed the runners here in Istanbul. The main race got underway at 9 a.m. local time. 4,800 runners there or thereabouts in the marathon, and then the 15k, well, that was at 9:15, 15 minutes later. That had some over 14,000 in it. In about 63:30. I think it's probably a good idea to go out. So, the glorious bridge stretching over the Bosphorus there, the first Bosphorus bridge, or the 15 July Martyrs Bridge, as it's known, negotiated by the runners in the early meters, and the big men's pack separated itself from the rest very early on. You can see that the wind coming from the north was pretty strong on the bridge. It's the most exposed point of the entire race. They're about some 60, 65 meters above the water. They're almost 200 feet in the air. And Dolmabahce Sarai, the Dolmabahce Palace alongside the Bosphorus on the European coast side, is just one of the glorious sights they passed. Well, the women at 5K, 16:35, set out their stall very early on. It was good, quick tempo. They were on 2:19 tempo early on in the women's race. The men, they set off far more conservatively, with a gentle first few kilometres. Indeed, reaching halfway, the men, in outside 65 minutes. That was considerably slower than had been hoped for. The organisers were hoping they might get there around 63:30, 64. The Topkapi Sarai, or Topkapi Palace, also known as Saraglio, in the Fatih district of the city, was acted as a residence and administration HQ of the Ottoman sultans in the 15th and 16th centuries. The Topkapi Palace is also now a massive museum. We're in the men's race with 50 minutes on the clock. The men going through 15k, actually it was 46:56. Their official split at 15k. That had them on schedule for something just inside 2:12. The Topkapi Palace, a monstrous structure up on the hill. In
latter years in the 19th century used as a treasury and a library and a mint. And all this glorious history, talking about a race through history. The runners today from all corners of the world, and many of them running for charity, of course, enjoying these perfect conditions in such a culturally rich city. The elite women at 25 clay, 1:23.36. That had them on schedule for around 2:20. They kept the tempo going very healthily through the second half, the ladies. It was only really in the third quarter that they began to struggle. Hagia Sophia Most, Aya Sophia Kami, built in 537 AD, reopened as a mosque in 2020, having been a museum in 1935, under the direction of the Prime Minister, Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And the winner of the wheelchair race, Valis Alani, coming home to loud applause, and quite rightly so, having negotiated that long climb. The winner of the men's race, well, what a debut it was for the Ugandan 21-year-old Victor Kiplangat, crossing the line in spectacular fashion. Kiplangat, unofficially, we knew he'd just come out just outside 2:10. His winning time, 2:10.18. And he might well have said his prayers. He came home ahead of his compatriot Solomon Mutai, who was third, with Robert Kipkemboi of Kenya splitting the two Ugandans in second place. And there was drama upon drama in the women's race, with a lady we thought was going to be champion, Jacqueline Chepengano, the 28-year-old from Kenya, being passed with 200 metres to run, almost within sight of the finish line, by Sheila Jeretic, her compatriot, the 32-year-old, who is more experienced in the marathon, maybe had done her homework a little bit more into just how tough the hill was. She's a serial winner. She's had wins in Kozice and Warsaw before now. The winner in Istanbul today. Spectacular stuff in that women's race. So that from Sheila Jeretic. A very, very special finish to a very, very special performance. So Uganda taking the spoils in the men's race, with Victor Kiplangat, the debutant, taking the win. And in the women's race, Sheila Jeretic coming out on top. 2:24.15 from Jacqueline Chepengano. 1-2 for the Kenyans, ahead of Ayantu Abdi of Ethiopia. That a special run from Ayantu Abdi. I had her best at 2:30.38 before today. She's run a personal best there by almost 6 minutes. Judith Chorono running bravely, and the first 6 getting under 2:30 in that women's contest today here in Istanbul. Brilliant racing from the women, intrinsically better running than in the men's race against the clock, but the racing in both men's and women's competitions in Istanbul was absolutely superb. As I had hoped, the athletes have delivered. Well, the sights and the sounds of Istanbul will continue through the next few hours, and will wash over the thousands of runners enjoying their marathon race around this astonishing city. I will head off into the city and try and soak up a bit of culture myself through this afternoon. But certainly the pictures, the coverage we've had of this 2021 43rd NKolayİstanbul Marathon have been quite superb, and I do hope you've enjoyed it. Berlin is about fabulous racing, but very, very fast racing. Here in Istanbul, it's about great racing through history, and today has delivered layer upon layer. Well, I do hope you've enjoyed the coverage of this fabulous race in a slightly drizzly, slightly misty Istanbul. Conditions have been just about perfect today. But I will be leaving you now, saying goodbye, as other athletes continue to cross the line. So as other athletes continue to cross the line, and there are thousands yet to come. Let me just reaffirm those wins for you. Victor Kiplangat victorious in the men's race on his debut, the 21-year-old Ugandan, 2:10.18 in that men's race. And in the women's race, Sheila Jeritic taking the lead with 200 metres to go, winning in spectacular fashion, the Kenyan, in 2:24.15. From everybody here in the production team and the organisers who have done a fabulous job in these what are almost post-COVID months. Let's hope pretty soon we are in post-COVID months. Goodbye from everybody here in Istanbul. Do hope you've enjoyed it, and please enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Bye-bye.
Kaç set tutalım abi? 100 yapalım bırakalım. Değerli katılımcılar, saygıdeğer konuklar, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler. Ne Kolay İstanbul Maratonu'nu muhteşem bir atmosferde, çok güzel bir havada, İstanbul'un tüm güzelliklerini görme şansı bularak bu yılda başarıyla tamamlamanın mutluluğunu yaşıyoruz. Şampiyonlar belli oldu. Birazdan dereceleriyle birlikte tüm şampiyonlara ödüllerini vereceğiz. Bu güzel programımıza katılan Sayın Kenya Büyükelçisi Ekselansları, hoş geldiniz. Sayın İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanım, Atletizm Federasyonu Başkanımız, Gençlik Spor İl Müdürümüz, Aktif Bank Sayın Genel Müdürü, çok değerli çalışma arkadaşları, çok değerli basın mensupları, saygıdeğer hanımefendiler, saygıdeğer beyefendiler, ödül törenimizi başlatıyoruz. Ödül törenimizin ilk konuğu, konuşmalarını yapmak üzere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Ekrem İmamoğlu olacak. Alkışlarınızla Sayın Başkanımızı sahneye davet ediyoruz.
Evet. Teşekkürler gönüllü arkadaşlarımız. Sayın Büyükelçi, değerli Vali Yardımcımız, Federasyon Başkanımız, İl Müdürümüz ve bu organizasyondaki yol arkadaşımız Sayın Aktif Bank Genel Müdürü, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, sevgili yol arkadaşlarım. Güzel bir tören olmasını diliyorum. Zaten yarış da iyi geçti. Az önce 23 yaş rekorunu arkadaşlarım bana ilettiler. Çok da mutlu oldum. Gençler Türkiye rekorunu uzun yıllardır kırılmadığını ifade ettiler. 30 yıldır ilk defa kırıldı. Dolayısıyla kıymetli bir başarıyı da elde etmiş olduk. Çok sevinçliyiz. 50. yılına doğru giden bir organizasyonu yapıyoruz. Sabah da söyledim. Gerçekten emeği geçen herkese minnet duygularımı iletiyorum. Emeği geçmiş ve hayatını kaybetmişleri rahmetle anıyorum. Çok güzel bir miras bıraktılar bize. Bu mirası daha da büyüterek yukarılara taşımalıyız. Bu geleneği umut ediyorum ki dünyanın en iyi maratonu olması gereken bu güzel maratonu o seviyeye ulaştıracağız. Pandemi biraz bu tür organizasyonların motivasyonunu kırmış olabilir. Ama bu yönüyle de inşallah bunu hızlıca atlatıp önümüzdeki yıldan itibaren çok daha güçlü seviyelere maratonumuzu kavuşturacağız. Bu maratonun mesajları güçlü, içinde barış var. Zaten insanların birleştiği yer İstanbul. Yani aynen iki kıtanın birleştiği gibi insanları birleştiren bir kent İstanbul. Bu duyguyu güçlendirsin istiyorum. Açıkçası bu duygunun bir başka taçlanması var, o da olimpiyat. Bu kenti olimpiyatı istiyoruz biz. Bu şehir olimpiyatı hak ediyor. İstanbul şehri olarak, İstanbul halkı olarak devletimizle, bütün bileşenleriyle, en güçlü şekliyle olimpizm ruhunu bütün bireylerine nakşederek 2036'ya hep birlikte hazırlanmalıyız ve 2036 olimpiyatlarını İstanbul'a kazandırmalıyız. Gerçekten bir kent içi spor bambaşka bir neşeye, bambaşka bir enerjiye kavuşturuyor. Bu yönüyle de olimpiyat bizim için önemli bir hedeftir. Maraton bunun bir ayağıdır, sac ayağı gibi bileşenidir. Bizi diri tutuyor, zinde tutuyor. Biz bu olimpiyata yol açan bu güzel maratonun ev sahibi olmaktan onur duyuyoruz. Emeği geçen herkese, bütün kurum kuruluşlara, gençlik spordan federasyonumuza, valiliğimizden emniyetimize, bütün kurum kuruluşlara paydaşlığı ve işbirliğinden dolayı da teşekkürlerimi iletiyorum İstanbullular adına. Nice İstanbul maratonlarında bir arada huzurla, mutlulukla, sağlıkla, keyifle, barış içerisinde koşular diliyorum. Dünyaya bu güzel mesajları veren şehir olmayı da en üst seviyede isteyen bir kişi olarak tekrarlamış olayım. Sporcularımızı tebrik ediyorum. Emeği geçenleri tebrik ediyorum. Tabii ki güzel görünen gönüllüleri de tebrik ediyorum. Onlar bu organizasyonun gönüllü bireyleri, sayıları artacak. İnşallah on binlerce, yüz binlerce gönüllüyle olimpiyat yapacağız hep beraber. Hepinizi sevgiyle, saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Evet, çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Şimdi heyecanla bekliyorlar arkada. Hak ettiler ve ödüllerini elbette istiyorlar. İlk ödüllerini takdim edeceğimiz grup, klasman, kadınlar tekerlekli paten genel klasmanı olacak. Kadınlar üçüncüsü, Shadi Por geliyor. Üçüncülüğü alkışlıyoruz. Shadi. Evet, sırayla çağırmaya devam edelim. Geliyorlar. Kadınlar tekerlekli paten genel klasman ikincisi Esen Erdoğanlı Türkiye'den ve kadınlar birincisi Dorsa Şahriyari İran'dan geliyor sporcumuz. Yavaş yavaş geliyorlar ve bekliyoruz. Evet, sağlık çadırında bulunan sporcularımız var. Onları bekliyoruz. Hızlı bir şekilde geliyorlar. Evet, şampiyon da geldi, birinci de geldi. Üçüncü isim Shadi Sharipor'u bekliyoruz. Shadi. Kadınlar tekerlekli paten genel klasman, büyük bir alkışla onlara çok teşekkür ediyoruz. İstanbul'a hoş geldiniz, iyi ki varsınız. Ödülleri takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Spor İstanbul Genel Müdürü Sayın Renay Onur'u sahnemize davet ediyoruz alkışlarınızla. Bravo! Shadi Sharifor üçüncülük ödülünü aldı. İkincinin ödülünü hemen sahnemize alıyoruz. İkincinin ödülü. Türkiye'den Esen Erdoğanlı. Evet, bu muhteşem ikincilik. Gururumuz sevgili Esen. Tebrik ediyoruz. Seneye yine bekliyoruz. Şampiyon olarak görmek istiyoruz. Kadınlar birincisi Dorsa Şahriyari from Iran. NKolayİstanbul Maratonu Kadınlar Tekerlekli Paten Genel Klasman ödüllerimiz böylece hak sahiplerine teslim ediliyor. Alkışlarla uğurluyoruz. Seneye yine bekliyoruz. Bir diğer kategori erkekler tekerlekli paten genel klasman ödül törenimizi başlatıyoruz. Erkekler üçüncüsü Türkiye'den Ata Sadek Abedey geliyor. Görüyorsunuz yorgun ama gururlu bir sporcu. Erkeklerde üçüncülüğü elde etti. İkinci Abolfaz Majidi Abolcu geliyor alkışlarımızla. Abolfazl. Ve erkekler birincisi, erkekler tekerlekli paten genel klasman şampiyonu Valentin Thibalou, Fransa'dan geliyor ve İstanbul'daki yarışı kazanıyor. Ödülleri takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Gençlik ve Spor İl Müdürü Profesör Doktor Sayın Burhanettin Hacı Caferoğlu Beyefendi'yi davet ediyoruz. Hızlı bir şekilde 3., 2. ve 1.'nin ödüllerini takdim ediyor Gençlik ve Spor İl Müdürümüz. Evet, kupaları bu güzel fotoğraf için tüm sporcularımıza teşekkür ediyoruz. Gördüğünüz gibi ödülleri ellerinde. NKolayİstanbulMaratonu erkekler tekerlekli sandalye kategorisiyle devam edeceğiz. Size çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Thank you very much. ...43. NKolayİstanbulMaratonu erkekler tekerlekli sandalye kategorisi ödül törenimizi başlatıyoruz. Erkekler üçüncüsü Ömer Cantay geliyor. Kadın sporcularımız hazır. Kadın sporcularımızın ödül töreni sırada. 43. NKolayİstanbulMaratonu kadınlar tekerlekli sandalye kategorisiyle ödül törenlerimizi devam ettiriyoruz. 3. Zeynep Acet geliyor alkışlarımızla. Zeynep azmiyle, iradesiyle üçüncülüğü hak eden kıymetli sporcumuz. Kadınlar tekerlekli sandalye kategorisi ikincisi Zübeyde Süpürgeci geliyor alkışlarımızla. Ve kadınlar tekerlekli sandalye kategorisi şampiyonu. Lütfen alkışlarınızla Hamide Doğan Gün geliyor. Sayın Erdem Aslanoğlu, Spor İstanbul Yönetim Kurulu üyemiz. Erdem Bey, ödülleri takdim etmek üzere sizi davet ediyoruz. NKolay 43. İstanbul Maratonu Kadınlar Tekerlekli Sandalye kategorisi ödül sahipleri, hak sahipleri ödüllerini alıyor. Rio ve Tokyo Olimpiyatlarında paralimpik sporcular olarak bizim gururumuz oldular. Bugün de bu maratonda bizi temsil ettiler. Sizi çok seviyoruz. İyi ki varsınız. Göğsünüzdeki ay yıldız size çok yakışıyor. Sizleri alkışlıyoruz. Kadınlar tekerlekli sandalye kategorisi ödül törenimizi böylece tamamlıyoruz. Başarılarınızın devamını diliyoruz. Gerçekten bugün çok güzel bir hava vardı ve bu maraton için çok elverişli bir havada, çok güzel manzaralar eşliğinde sporcularımız tamamladılar yarışlarını. Sıradaki ödülümüz erkekler tekerlekli sandalye kategorisi olacak. Arkada heyecan içerisinde bekliyorlar ve onları fazla bekletmiyoruz. Erkekler üçüncüsü Ömer Cantay geliyor, lütfen alkışlarınızla sevgili Ömer Cantay'ı bekliyoruz. Ömer Cantay yerini aldı. Üçüncümüz ve ikinci Muhammed Safa Bakan geliyor. Muhammed Safa'yı da büyük alkışlarla yerini alıyoruz. Ve erkekler tekerlekli sandalye kategorisi şampiyonu Birol Kamar alkışlarımızla yerini alıyor. Rio'da ve Tokyo'da ülkemizin gururu oldukları için onları bir kez daha hoş geldin diyerek alkışlayalım. Çünkü 100 akımı sporcularımız azmin ve iradenin ne kadar önemli olduğunun birer göstergesi onlar. İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediyesi Gençlik ve Spor Müdürü İlker Öztürk ödülleri takdim etmek üzere sizi bekliyoruz, lütfen buyurun. İyi ki varsınız, iyi ki bizimlesiniz ve iyi ki Sultanahmet Meydanı'nda bu kupaları aldınız ve gururumuz oldunuz. Seneye tekrar bekliyoruz. Derecelerinizin daha da güzel olması umuduyla çok teşekkür ediyor ve erkekler tekerlekli sandalye hak sahiplerini, ödül sahiplerini yerlerine uğurluyoruz. Değerli katılımcılar, bu muhteşem spor organizasyonda İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye'mizle omuz omuza büyük emekler vererek sponsorluk yapan Aktif Bank adına bir ödül törenimiz başlıyor şimdi. NKolay 43. İstanbul Maratonu, Maraton Türk Kadınlar kategorisi. Derece sahiplerini alkışlarınızla sahnemize davet ediyoruz. Üçüncü, Derya Kaya. Alkışlarımız Derya için geliyor. NKolay İstanbul Maratonu Türk Kadınlar kategorisi ikincisi sevgili Dilan Atak geliyor. O da sağlık çadırından çıktı, yavaş yavaş yürüyerek geliyor. Her üç sporcumuzu da çağırmış oluyoruz. Birinci Meryem Kılıç Gündoğdu. Alkışlarımız sporcularımız için. Hoş geldiniz arkadaşlar. Üçüncü ve ikincinin ödüllerini takdim etmek üzere Aktif Bank Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Gamze Numanoğlu alkışlarımızla sahnemize geliyor. Gamze Hanım buyurun. Kadınlar üçüncüsü Derya Kaya kupasını Sayın Gamze Numanoğlu'nun elinden aldı ve ikinci Dilan Atak yine kupasını Genel Müdür Yardımcımızın elinden alıyor. Birinci Meryem Kılıç Gündoğdu'nun hediyesini takdim etmek üzere Aktif Bank Genel Müdürü Sayın Ayşegül Adaca alkışlarımızla davet ediyoruz lütfen buyurun. Aktif Bank'a, tüm çalışma arkadaşlarına elbette Sayın Genel Müdür başta olmak üzere çok teşekkür ediyor. Bu güzel işbirliğimizin Türkiye spor tarihine örnek olduğunun altını bir kez daha çiziyoruz. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Maraton Türk Kadınlar kategorisi ödül törenimiz böylece tamamlanıyor. Şimdi NKolay 43. İstanbul Maratonu Türk Erkekler kategorisi ödül törenimizi başlatıyoruz. Alkışlarımız kadın sporcularımız için çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Evet, NKolay 43. İstanbul Maratonu Maraton Türk Erkekler kategorisi yine Aktif Bank'ın bir ödül grubu. Üçüncüyü açıklıyoruz. Halil Yaşin geliyor üçüncü. Ve erkekler ikincisi Mert Girmalagesse. NKolay 43. İstanbul Maratonu şampiyonu İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Spor Kulübümüzün bir sporcusu Hüseyin Can geliyor alkışlarımızla. İkinci ve üçüncünün ödüllerini takdim etmek üzere Aktif Bank Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Sayın Gülben Yağcı'yı sahnemize davet ediyoruz. Gülben Hanım buyurun, hoş geldiniz. Ne kadar güzel bir resim. Tebrik ediyoruz. Efendim, şampiyona ödülünü takdim etmek üzere Aktif Bank Genel Müdürü Sayın Ayşegül Adaca'yı bir kez daha sahnemizde ağırlıyoruz. Ayşegül Hanım şampiyonları tebrik ediyor. Çok teşekkür ediyoruz. NKolay 43. İstanbul Maratonu'nda Aktif Bank kategorisi, kadınlar ve erkekler genel klasman Türk kategorisi böylece tamamlandı. Sporcularımıza başarılar diliyoruz. Ve efendim ödül törenimizde şimdi genel klasmana geçiyoruz. Yani tüm dünyaya duyurulan şampiyonlar. Dünyanın en önemli sporcuları yarışıyor İstanbul'da. NKolayİstanbul Maratonu Kadınlar Genel Klasman kategorisi. Üçüncü geliyor alkışlarımızla. 2.24.45'lik derecesiyle Ayantu Abdi. Ve ikinci 2.24.21'lik derecesiyle Jacqueline Chaptegno. Jacqueline Chepgeno geliyor. Chepgeno soy ismi, evet Jacqueline. Ve bu yılın şampiyonunu anons etmeye geldi şimdi sıra. 2.24.15'lik derecesiyle Sheila Jerotic geliyor. Sheila Jerotic. Efendim, gerçekten çok büyük bir mücadele. Aralarında saniyeler var, birkaç saniye fark var. Çok güçlü bir mücadele ortaya konuldu. Birincinin ödülünü takdim etmek üzere lütfen Aktif Bank Genel Müdürü Sayın Ayşegül Adacan Hanımefendi'yi bir kez daha sahnemize davet edelim. Lütfen buyurun efendim. Evet, ikinciye çok teşekkür ediyoruz Sayın Genel Müdürüm. İlk önce birinciye vermiş olduk. Şimdi ikinci ödülünü takdim etmek üzere Kenya Büyükelçimiz Sayın Johnson Odieki'yi davet ediyoruz. Jacqueline Chepgeno, Kenya Büyükelçisi'nin elinden ödülünü alıyor. Harika bir fotoğraf değil mi? İstanbul'da Sultanahmet Meydanı'ndayız ve bu güzel fotoğrafı tüm dünyaya aynı anda gönderiyoruz. Üçüncü ödülünü takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Ekrem İmamoğlu Beyefendi'yi ve biraz sonra toplu fotoğraf için diğer konuklarımıza da davet yapacağız. Teşekkür ediyorum. Evet, bu güzel fotoğrafa eşlik etmek üzere Sayın Genel Müdürümüzü davet ediyoruz. Maraton Kadınlar Genel Klasman kategorisinde dereceye girenlere çok teşekkür ediyoruz efendim. Evet değerli katılımcılar, Sultanahmet Meydanı'nda dünyada en güzel ezan sesinin dinlenebileceği güzel bir mekanda ezanı dinledik. Ve Ne Kolay 43. İstanbul Maratonu ödüllerimizde son kategorideyiz. Değerli katılımcılar, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, maraton erkekler genel klasman kategorisi üçüncüsü 2.10-25'lik derecesiyle Solomon Mutaj geliyor. Solomon Mutaj. ...2.10-25'lik derecesiyle üçüncülük elde etti Solomon Mutaj. Ve tam 2 saniye sonra ikinci olan Robert Kiptenboy. Robert Kiptenboy geliyor. Üçüncü ile ikinci arasında 2 saniye bir fark vardı. Ve maraton erkekler genel klasman kategorisi şampiyonu 2.10-18'lik derecesiyle Victor Kiplangat geliyor. Victor Kiplangat. Değerli misafirlerimiz, 3. ödülünü takdim etmek üzere Atletizm Federasyonu Başkanı Sayın Fatih Çintımar'ı alkışlarımızla lütfen sahneye davet ediyoruz. Sayın Federasyon Başkanımızı sahnemizde lütfen beklemelerini istirham ediyoruz. 2. ödülü takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Vali Yardımcımız Sayın Niyazi Erten Beyefendi'yi arz ediyoruz. Sayın Vali buyurun efendim. Sporcularımıza sponsor olarak hediye takdim eden tüm kuruluşlara, kurumlara da çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Robert Kiptenboy ikinci. Sayın Valim sizi de lütfen beklemeye arz ediyoruz. Ve değerli misafirlerimiz, saygıdeğer hanımlar beyler, Ne Kolay 43. İstanbul Maratonu erkekler şampiyonuna ödülünü takdim etmek üzere İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız Sayın Ekrem İmamoğlu sahnemize arz ediyoruz. Victor Kiplangat. Bu şampiyonların tamamını tebrik ediyoruz. Ülkemizi, İstanbul'umuzu yurt dışında tanıtmaya çok önemli bir rol oynuyor. Bu güzel fotoğrafa eşlik etmek üzere Sayın Genel Müdürüm, Aktifban Genel Müdürümüz, protokolümüzdeki Sayın Büyükelçimiz, Gençlik Spor İl Müdürümüz, lütfen buyurun tüm protokol üyelerimizi davet ediyoruz. İstanbul Maratonu ödül törenimiz böylelikle sona eriyor. Şimdi lütfen yerlerinizde kalınız. Çünkü bu güzel maraton için çok emek veren, çok kıymetli, iyi ki varlar dediğimiz İstanbul gönüllüleri var aramızda. İstanbul gönüllülerini de alkışlarımızla lütfen. Spor İstanbul gönüllüleri lütfen buyurun. Spor İstanbul'da maraton için çok büyük emekleri olan sevgili arkadaşlarımız, sevgili gençler. Sizsiz olmaz, iyi ki varsınız. Evet arkadaşlar, ön tarafa da sıralanabiliriz. İstanbul Büyükşehir Belediye Başkanımız, Spor İstanbul gönüllüleriyle, gençlerle el ele omuz omuza daha nice büyük organizasyonlarda buluşmak istiyoruz. Genç arkadaşlarım, sizleri çok seviyoruz. Lütfen kendinizi alkışlar mısınız? Biz sizi alkışlıyoruz. İyi ki varsınız.